The House will come to order. The Pledge of Allegiance today will be led by Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, good morning. Will you join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Schiebel, please call the roll.
Representatives Bacon, Barone, Basenecker, Bottoms, Bradfield, Bradley, Brooks, Brown, Caldwell. Rep. Camacho is excused. Carter, Clifford, Representative Clifford. Oh. DeGraff, Duran, English, Espinoza, Foray, Flanell, Froelich, Garcia, Garcia Sander, Gilchrist, Goldstein, Gonzalez, Hamrick, Hartsook, Jackson, Representative Jackson,
Excused.
Johnson, Joseph, Kelty, Leader, Lindsay, it's on the wall, Luck, Lukens, Mabry, Representative Mabry, is excused. Marshall, Martinez, Representative Martinez. Oh, hi. Morrow, McCormick, Wynn, Pascal, Phillips, Richardson, Ricks, Representative Ricks,
Excused.
Rutenell, it's here, Ryden, Representative Ryden,
Excused.
Sirota, Slaw, Smith, Soper. He's here? Is he here? Rep. Soper.
Excused.
Oh, he's on the wall. Stewart K. Stewart R. Story. Sukla. Taggart. Tatone. It's here. Valdez A. Velasco. Velasco's excused. Weinberg. Wilford. Winter. Woodrow. Woog. Zokai. Rep. Zokai.
Excused.
And Madam Speaker.
Here. With 59 present, 1 by fishing pole, and 6 excused, we do have a quorum. Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, if I can get all your participation real quick, just for a moment, that'd be great.
One moment, Representative. Members, if you could keep your voices down. We do have a motion at the well. Thank you.
Knock, knock. Tank. You're welcome. That was awesome. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I move that the Journal of Friday, April 24th, 2026 be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
Members, you have heard the motion that the journal be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? No. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Representative Barone, you have all week for better jokes. All week for better jokes. Thank you. Members, announcements and introductions, please. Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning and happy Monday, colleagues. I just wanted to address the events that happened on Saturday. I think we can all agree that violence has no place among any part in our country. I think that regardless of who is targeted politically, we have to make sure that we come together, that we are united in strength. Because I think when times of crisis, our people look to us, look to their leaders to, lead by example. I think we all have to lead by example. I think we all have to tone down the rhetoric, and I think I've said this before with what happened with the events in Minnesota. We have to make sure that we lead by example and we are a light. And instead of choosing hate, choose love. I think we can all agree that we gotta choose love, and regardless of who's targeted, the president or secretary or governor, whoever it is, hate and this type of violence has no place at all. And so I just really want to remind everybody that we should lead by example. We should choose our words carefully. Our rhetoric, turn down the heat, and I know it's really polarized today, but we have to lead by example. And again, violence has no place at all. Political violence, non-political violence. Let's be an example, let's be a light, and let's choose love.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Fellow colleagues, if I could get your attention, please. Today, I am lucky to have Ascent Classical. If you could please stand and be recognized for the chamber. Welcome.
Thank you. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Tomorrow at 8:30 in the Old State Library, the House Appropriations Committee will meet. We will hear the following bills. Well, we will hear the bills that are printed in your calendar. I won't read them to you. Or we may hear any other bill that has been referred to the House Appropriations Committee. JBC, you there?
Thank you. Representative Woodrow.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
Colleagues, happy Monday. Finance
Happy Monday.
Committee will be meeting at 1:30 in room 112 to hear Senate Bill 42, Senate Bill 151, and House Bill 1418. 1:30 and 112. See you then.
Rep. Wilford.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
The State Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs Committee will be meeting promptly at 1:30 p.m. in room 107, so not across the street at LSBA, but in room 107 to hear Senate Bill 147, Senate Bill 90, and House Bill 1422. See you there.
Thank you. Representative English and Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Hey, listen up. Bipartisan people are going to feed you today, but you got to attend what we're putting out there.
Government Scorecard as sponsor House of Representatives luncheon celebrating bipartisan collaboration. Government Scorecard is honored to host a legislative luncheon in recognition of the bipartisan leadership and commitment to public service, hosted by State Representative Dr. Regina English, House District 17, State Representative Brandy Bradley, House District 39. Join us for a nonpartisan legislative luncheon in the Barney Ford Room next to the House Chambers today from 11 to 1. And there, Latimer's Kitchen Catering, delicious brisket will be provided by Latimer's Kitchen. And you should come if you're hungry and you want to eat on this Monday. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of Representative Lindsay, who is not able to make this announcement, colleagues, you really need to listen to this. The Coalition of Massage Therapists are here today from 9 to 12:30, and they're offering free massages outside the old Supreme Court, okay? So stop by, get a chair massage. All right.
Thank you, Representative Stewart. Representative Hamrick, members, your attention, please. AML Winter. Members, your attention, thank you.
Good morning, members. Myself and AML Winter would like to push forward a tribute recognizing two of our outstanding nonpartisan staff members. The Colorado General Assembly proudly recognizes the heroic actions of both Claudia Crotty and Sarah Owens. On the morning of Tuesday, March 24th, 2026, a sudden medical emergency struck a state employee on the ground floor of the Capitol building, requiring immediate attention. If not for the quick response of Claudia and Sarah, their fellow co-worker may have not survived. They provided life-saving CPR and used an AED, prolonging their co-worker's life until emergency medical services arrived to safely transport the victim to Denver Health. Claudia and Sarah have shown outstanding initiative and bravery, and we are so incredibly lucky to have them as part of our staff. The 75th General Assembly would like to thank Claudia and Sarah for having the courage and confidence to save the life of their coworker, and we applaud them for all they do for this great institution.
Members, please take a bow. It is an honor to serve with you. Thank you. Members, do we have any other announcements? I think it is showtime. Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The long-awaited Auctioneer Day is here. So I am proud to be sponsoring this day with Representative Larry Donsukla, who will be at the mic above me. We will have 4 spotters in the room. Spotters, can you raise your hand so members know where to look? So if you look around the room, you're going to see spotters to help catch the bids. We're going to have 3 amazing auctioneers auctioning off the 11 items that were generously donated by you all. So we are going to begin with Pasture John Schaffer from Yuma County. We'll take the first 3 items.
We are going to go into recess so that we can turn over proceedings to our auctioneers. The House will stand in recess.
I got so excited, Madam Speaker.
I did too. I did too.
Or just tell me where I'm at, so I know when to. Because I'm gonna bid and I want to come down.
You can be after Lori.
So how many down is it?
She's first.
Oh, so okay.
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
Dusty, is it all right if I call some of my other auctioneers? Okay, so we got some ring people over here and over there, so you can bid to myself or people out on the edges here. So, okay.
Thank you. And just as a reminder, colleagues, the money raised this year will go to our amazing nonpartisan staff for all of the hours that they've put in. Vanessa, do you remember how much we had last year? We had like $2,000, and we can beat that this year. So the goal to beat is $2,000 with 11 items. First up, we will recognize Representative Lori Garcia-Sander for her item.
Okay, so this is from my district, House District 65, the Sander Orchard. We have a jar. This is a bag of honey. We have a jar of honey ginger cider that has been fermented. It's probably between 8 and 10 ABV. Honey ginger. We've got Honey Crisp freeze-dried apples from our orchard. And we've got some Capoco honey. We've got chocolate creamed honey, a wildflower orchard honey, and another little jar of honey. And
I want to say something about it, one item.
this is like gold to some of you, a plastic bag.
Oh, wait, are you going?
No, you're going to do it, but I just want to say something.
Okay, before. Okay.
Okay, where I'm from, that in the jar, we call that moonshine or hooch. You can call it whatever you want.
Sander hooch. Oh,
Well, yeah.
this is also.
Okay.
This is also limited edition. We don't sell, we gift barter or trade our cider, so you can't get this anywhere else, folks.
All right, sir, do you want to start the bidding?
Okay, right there on that package you see selling right there. Okay, somebody give $100 for it. $100, 125, 150, 125, 150, middle about 50, then it gets 75, 150, middle about 175, 150, 175, now to middle about 200, 200 to 25, 200 middle about 220, middle about 225, 250, 225 to from middle about 50, 250 middle about 275, 2.5, now 270 about 275, and now 300, 275, now 300, 325. I got 300 right here on the front, 325. 300 middle amount, you need to get 325, but about 325, 300 right here, 325 I have, 300, 325, sold it, $300 right down here on the front. Thank you, ma'am.
And making sure I heard, it was Representative Goldstein at $325. Colleagues, before we go on the next item, I just want to remind you all, this is by good faith. When you take the item, I will put your name down and give it to Vanessa. Please make sure to pay her in a timely manner because this is for our nonpartisan staff. Second up, we have Representative Phillips and her bag.
Well, it's hard to follow the hooch one, but I think this one's good as well. House District 31, that's Thornton, and that's South Thornton. It's only 15 minutes away, so we want you to come there. So what we have today is coffee, competition, and a couch. So we start off with a gift card at the coffee shop right by my house, where you can get $20 worth of coffee and churros. After that, you'll feel super energized. So next, you can go play pickleball at the Pickler. So it's $50 gift card for 1 hour of a pickleball court. If you don't have anybody to play against, call me, I'll come, but you will lose. After you lose that pickleball game, you're going to be tired. So you're going to want to go to the #1 income generator for the city of Thornton. That's American Furniture Warehouse. You're going to want to buy a couch. Now, this gift card is only for $50, so it's just going to be a small part of a couch. The whole package for HD 31 is worth $120. It includes $20 for coffee, $50 for that pickleball court, and $50 at American Furniture Warehouse. Bid high, bid high.
Okay, let's sell that package right here. Who's got $100? $100, 125, 120, middle about 120, 125, 100, 120, middle about 125. I've got $100 right down here. 125, 150, 125, 100, middle about 150, 125 here. 150, 175, 150, middle about 175, 175, 150, 175, taking middle about 175. 150, 175, and now 200, 175, now to middle about 222, 175, and now 200, 200, 175, and about 200 I have. Say 200, 200, 225, 200, now 220, middle about 25. I've got 200 in the back, 225, 200, you need to get 225, 200, 225, you need to give 225 down here. Sold it, $200 way in the back. $200, give him a hand.
That was for $200 to Representative Carter. And this is a fabulous bag. All right, next we will have 2 photos from Representative Titone.
I'm going to add a third.
Oh, it just got more pricey. 3 photos.
All right, thank you, member. All right, so some of you may know I am an artiste, and I do some artwork. I have a few things. These are, this one is a photograph, an actual photograph, no Photoshop, a print of some aspen trees from Garfield County, and this is some light leak effect. This one you can see in my office. This is a painting, an oil painting I did of the Capitol from an aerial view. And this one is a painting of my office with a painting of the painting in the painting. It's very meta. So this one, all of them are signed, and they're really cool. So you could put my office in your office if you really want to, especially if you don't have a view, because I have a view.
Yeah, okay. Hey, what did I get for them? Somebody give me $25. 25, I'm at about 25, 50, 75, 50, I'm at about 75. 50's here, 75. If I'm at about 50, I'm at about 75. 75, pay, 50, I'm at about 75. Take a look. 50, did I get 75, now 100. 75, now 100. 100, about 75, did I give $100? 75 over here.
Come on,
100. You ladies are out right here. 75, you know, to give 100.
Yeah.
I'm going to do it. 75, 100.
$100.
Sold it. $75. Over here, who do we have? Okay. Thanks,
All right.
folks. Thank you.
$75 to Representative Garcia. Thank you.
And now here's a guy I think most of you know, Larry Don Sukla.
Okay, what do we got next?
We have
Can you hold them up from there? Oh. Okay. I have 2 4-packs of beer from the Westminster Brewing Company in the heart of HD 29. And award-winning and GABF competitors.
And
What do they
I'm
look
told
like? Hold
we're
them up.
selling them separate, so there's 2 items. Or you want to do together? Together? All right.
Everybody's got lots of friends around here. You better just sell them together. All right, let's sell them there now. Tell you what you can do here. How about $25 here, $50 here, $50 now, 75, $1, 75, 75 now, 100, $75 here, 100 here now, quarter, $1, 125, $125 now, $50, 150, $150, $50 here now, $1, 150. Sold them your way, 125. Lori Garcia Sanders. Thank you.
For the record, that's 125 from Representative Garcia Sander. Up next, we have the infamous Representative and Chair of the Hair Caucus, Barone, for an exclusive item.
Members, good morning. I got a special treat for you. 1-of-1 limited edition picture. Nobody else is going to have this picture ever. It is a hog. And it says, I bring home the bacon. And it's autographed. So this is from one of my hunting trips down in Texas. And this is the biggest hog I took down. So 1-of-1.
You want to hold it up? Can you Betty White it?
Can we add in a personal massage from Barone as well to add to it? All is over there now, $25 here now, $50, $50, 25 here now, 50, 50 here, now, $1 now, 75, 50 now, 75, 75 here now, 50 here, now, $1 now, 75, 75, 50 here, now, 75, 50 now, 75, 75 here now, $1 now, 75, 75, 75. Sold them, $50. Bacon. Representative Bacon's the proud winner of that picture.
$75 from AML Bacon.
Should have one more item.
And following in the 75 category, we have Representative Flanell, who also has a photo, and I have full faith in you all we can get more money on this one. It is covered. It is a picture of her participating in her favorite hobby. You have to pay to see. You want to say anything?
I just want to say this is obviously much better than Rep. Barone's picture. This is not 1-of-1 though. This is 1-of-2. So just fair warning, it's not as unique, but it's a pretty great picture. And it's autographed.
What are you holding?
Are you ready to display?
Oh,
I don't think we
display,
can.
But you can tell what's holding.
Oh. Okay, so it's a cartoon. We can display it?
No, but you can say what you're holding.
Okay, so it's a cartoon picture, a cartoon character of me holding a custom AK, and it is signed.
So it's a mystery picture. All those them there now, $100 here, now 50. All $150 here, now 150 here, now two, $1 200, and now two, $1 200. $200 bill now, 150. How about 175? All now $175 here, now 75, 175. $175 bill now, one here, now $175. Sold it your way for 150. And now I would like, we've got 3 items left. We've saved the best 3 for last for your current Colorado State champion, Susanna Underwood. And then I've never been up to this before, so after that we will all be adjourned for the rest of the day.
All right. Per tradition, the first item we have, which is still being processed, is a U.S. flag flown over the Capitol with a certificate honoring Auctioneer Day.
And I'm so honored to be here with all of you representing the Colorado Auctioneers Association, kicking off National Auctioneers Week. So, what are you gonna do? Here we go. What do you give now? 100 out of it, and now 1, now 2, now 2. What do you give now? 2. What do you give now? 3. What do you give 300 out of it, and now 4, now 4, now 4. What do you give 4? What do you give 4? Now 5. What do you give 5? What do you give 6? What do you give 600 and out of it, and now 6, now 6, now 6. What do you give 600 and out of it, and now 6, now 6, now 6. What do you give 600? I have 500 here, now 6. What do you give 600 and out of it, and now 6? What do you give 6? Sold it. $500. $500 right down the center.
500 to Representative Froelich.
That's Representative Froelich. Congratulations.
And in case you missed out on the U.S. flag, we also have a Colorado flag that was flown over the Capitol with an auctioneer certificate.
Here we go. What are you going to do? What do you give now? 100. What do you give now? 1. What do you give now? 2. What do you give now? 3. What do you give 300 out of it and now 3? What do you give 4? What do you give 400 and out of it and now 4? Now 4, now 4. What do you give now? 4. What do you give 400? What do you give 4 now? 4, now 4. I have 300 now 4. What do you give 4 now? 5. What do you give 500 and out of it and now 5? Now 5, now 5. What do you give 500? 500. Sold it. $400. $400. To me, I bought that flag.
Perfect. Now, if colleagues, if you can look at the giant screen, or as Representative Larry Donsuka like to say, the giant projector, we do have from Representative Kelty an amazing challenge coin that I'll let her explain.
Thank you very much, everyone. So I brought to you, I felt it was a good thing to bring, being a great-granddaughter of a founding father of this great country. A 250 birthday challenge coin, one of a kind, and well, one of a few, I guess I should say. I have a couple of them. But I wanted to say, for America's birthday, 250 years we sing, our freedom, fire, and all it brings. Oh, America, the beautiful, bright, from dawn's first glow to stars at night. From sea to shining sea, we stand in love for this great land. Please give all you can for this coin so we can support our staff and let the auction begin.
Hands high. Here we go. What are you going to do? What do you give 100? What do you give 1 now, 2 now, 3 now, 3 now, 3? What do you give 300? I have 2 here now, 300, not a bit now, 3 now, 3 now, 3. What do you give 250? At a 250, not a bit now, 250. I have 200 here, 250. What do you give 225? At a 225, not a bit now, 225 at a 5 at a 5. This is a very special coin. You want to take this home today. 225, not a bit now, 225 at a 5 at a 5. 225 at a 225. Sold it. $200. $200 right here, right down on the left side. Thank you so much. She has it right here.
Who was it? Who bought it?
What? I had it right over here. $200. But if no one's going to step up to that, I will step up to it because I want to take that home today. So, and I'm going to put myself in for 250 commemorating that coin. Do you want to take it at 200? You want to take it at 250 or $200 right here, $200. Congratulations.
$200 from
Representative Foray is taking it home.
All right, next up, and I want to remind you all, We are at $1,875. We need to beat 2,000, but I think we can with this next item from AML Winter, who has amazing product that I'll let him explain.
Good morning, everybody. Los Animas County beef is in the house right now. Southern Colorado beef, there's T-bones, there's a sirloin roast, there's short ribs, there's a sirloin, hamburger, stew meat. Spend your money, spend it wisely. The people of Los Animas County will appreciate you. And here we go. Go for it, Dusty.
We're going to start this at 500.
Hold on.
500 out of it, and now 5, now 5, now 5. At a 750, now 1. At a 1,000, 1250. At a 1250, I have 1,000 right here, 1250. Would he give 1250? Would he give 15? Would he give 1,500 out of it, and now 15? Would he give 15, 15, 15? Would he give 1,300? At a 13, 13, 13, 13, 14. Would he give 1,400 out of it, and now 14, 14, 14. 1,400 out of it, and now 14. 14, 15. Would he give 1,500? At a 15, 15, 1,500 out of it, and now 15. I have 1,400. 15, 16. Would he give 16? Now 16, 16, 16. Would he give 16? I have 1,500. Asking 16. At a 1,600 out of it, and now 16, 16, 16. Would he give 15? Would he give 15? Asking 16. Here we go. I've got 15. Asking 16. 1,600 out of it, and now 16. 16. Thank you. Now 17. Would he give 1,700? 1,700 out of it, and now 17, 17, 17. Would he give 17? I have 1,600 in the front. Asking 1,700. 1,700 out of it now. 17, 18. Would you like to come back in at 18? Thank you. 19. Would he give 19? Would he give 19? 1,900. 19. Yes, you can. 19. Just nod your head. 1,900. Let's get this past 2,000. 1,900 out of it, and now 19, 19. I have 1,800 here. 19. You can split it. 19, you can come back in. How about 2? Would he give 2? Would he give 2? Would he give 2? 2,000. Now 21. Would he give 21? You can go in together. 2,100. Would he give 21? It'll be a big party. 2,100. I have 2,000. Asking 21. 2,100. 2,100 out of it now. Sold it. $2,000. $2,000. That's This is to the majority leader, Durand. Congratulations.
Thank you, ML Duran. $2,000. We hit our mark on that alone. But I've heard we have one last entry.
Good morning, members. We have a last minute entry. As you may remember, earlier this session, Representative Garcia and myself came up here to present SCFD, right? Or, sorry. Yeah. To the Capitol, and we drew pictures of each other. So we're going to auction these off. They are autographed by each one of us. We're going to start the bidding at $1.
$1, now 2, now 3. $2, $2, 3, 3, $2, $3, 3, now 4, 3, 5, $3, 4, 5, 4, 5, 4, 5. Now 6, 5, 6, let it get $7, 6, 7, 7, let it $8, 7, 8, now 9, now 9, 8, let it get $9. Got 9, now 10, now 12 and a half, 10 to the bottom, 10, 10 to the bottom, 10, and to get 12 to the bottom, you need to get 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 15, 12 and a half, now 5 to the bottom, 15, 15, you need to get 17 and a half, and now 20, 7 and a half, now 20, you need to get 22 and a half, $20 over here, you need to get 22 and a half, $20 to the bottom, they're one of a kind, $20, 22 and a half, you need to get 25, 22 and the bottom, you need to get 25. 22 and a half, and now 25, sir. You're going to get 25.
Let's get 2,000.
22 and a half. I got 22 and a half. Matthew's way over here. Over here, 25. 22 and a half, 25. Now 27 and a half, and now 30. 27 and a half, now 30. You need to get 30. 30. You need to get 32 and a half. 30. Now let it get 2. You need to get 2 and a half. 30, 32, and I'm about 35. 32, and I'm now 30, you need to get 35. 32 and a half, and now 35. We always got to have a backup bidder. 32 and a half, you need to get 35. 35, you need to get 37 and a half. 35, about 35, about 37 and a half. 35, you need to get 37 and a half. I have 35, 37 and a half. Sold it. $35 right over here. Thank you.
And now we know how much a politician is worth.
$35 to Representative Phillips.
Larry, that's only, during an auction is the only way you'd ever get that kind of price for that picture. Is that right? Auction method of marketing is always the best. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues, so much for your participation. For those who bought items, you can pay by cash, Venmo, or check to Vanessa. She will be collecting the money. The check can be written out to Vanessa. We will have a list up here. Thank you so much for this fun time, and it just shows that last item that everyone can participate, whether it's $2,000 for beef or $35 for some pictures. I will get back to you. 1 second.
Whew. The House will come back. The House will come back to order. Thank you, Reps Johnson and everyone who participated. Great fun. Awesome way to start the week. Members, one announcement. Representatives Brown, Sirota, and Taggart are excused at such time as necessary for the Joint Budget Committee and Conference Committee meetings. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the following bills be made special orders on April 27, 2026 at 10:44 a.m.
One moment. We will stand in a brief recess. The House will come back to order. Again, Madam Majority Leader, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the following bills be made special orders on April 27, 2026 at 10:45 a.m. Senate Bill 137, House Bill 1306, House Bill 1256, House Bill 1236, House Bill 1315, House Bill 1206, Senate Bill 92, and House Bill 1341.
Seeing no objection, the bills listed by the Majority Leader will be made special orders today, April 27th at 10:45 a.m. Representative English. Members, you have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, Representative English will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by the title unless there's a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen on iLegislate and in today's folder on your box account. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the Majority Leader. The court rule is relaxed. Mr. Sheba, please read the title of Senate Bill 137.
Senate Bill 137 by Senators Coleman and Simpson, also Representatives McCluskey and Caldwell, concerning measures to reduce administrative burdens and in connection therewith, making changes to the mandatory review of department rules by each principal department and clarifying the Attorney General's scope of authority related to litigation discovery.
Speaker McCloskey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
And it is an honor to serve with you.
I move Senate Bill 137.
To the bill.
Members, I am pleased to bring before you Senate Bill 137 along with my co-prime, Minority Leader Caldwell. This bill really started 2 years ago when conversations were happening in this building about how we could improve our review of the Colorado Administrative Procedure Act, commonly referred to as the APA. Right now, this law requires that we do a rural review process under the leadership of Dora, and all departments participate. However, we wanted to strengthen this rural review process. So in addition to ensuring that rules are reviewed every 5 years, Senate Bill 137 also strengthens the criteria. Rules will now be reviewed to see if they are redundant, outdated, obsolete, making sure that there are not additional cost burdens for our state, consumers, or businesses. We want to also make sure that these rules are effective and truly meeting the expectations or achieving the goal for the program that they are a part of. Our bill helps improve transparency and accountability by having this rule review process in front of our committees of reference at SMART Act hearings annually. And I hope you will join me in helping to make our rural review process stronger. This is good governance, an aye for 137.
Minority Leader Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the phrase that Madam Speaker used right there at the end, good governance, that's the phrase we heard continually over and over again. And members, you've heard since day one when I did my opening day speech, I talked about Colorado being the 6th most regulated state, and it's estimated of our 200,000 plus rules and regulations that as high as 45% of them are duplicative or excessive. And so what this good governance bill does is require our different departments to look at those, different agencies to look at those again with a clear timeline of when to do that, and to let the legislature know how we can make improvements here. So certainly good governance bill. Please vote yes on this.
Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to commend the sponsors for the work on this bill. I think this is a good bill. And like I said in Business Committee, we have some good bills come out of here, but we also have a lot of bad bills come out of this legislature. And so I think when we're talking about burdensome regulations, we also have to take into account our business community, which are struggling. We have seen time and time again, especially in recent years, businesses leave the state. And not only just small businesses, but the private sector and big companies who are, again, they don't feel that this business climate here in the state of Colorado is not feasible for them. And so we have a lot of costs, these regulations in particular, that we hear a lot about from the business community saying, well, you know, we want to do business here and we want to make sure that we pay our good competitive wages and benefits. But these regulations that the state slaps onto us drive up cost. And so, you know, I think a lot of these businesses in particular, you know, there's this notion that companies price gouge. And I think that we also have to take into consideration the rules that we place, the burdens that we place on businesses, because these rules take time, money, resources, and they drive up costs for the consumers, for overall business practices. And so I just want to say that this is a good bill because, again, when we talk about helping the small business community and the business environment all together, they want relief. And I think we need to give them relief in a time where we see costs continue to go up. Whether you want to talk about tariffs or anything like that, I think any time that we're able to review regulations and repeal stuff, I think now is the time to do it, you know, and you know how I am when I like to say, I think personally, instead of passing laws, we need to repeal laws, and we need to go on a repeal bender and continue to repeal, and repeal some more. And I think these regulations, these review burdens that we see in the businesses are a step in the right direction, and I think this conversation needs to continue on, not only just with this bill, but going forward, because when we talk about helping the business community, we should also be reminded that we have to be consistent. You know, it's good to get behind one bill, but then some go back and they continue to add more unfunded mandates and rules and regulations to businesses, and that drives up costs, and we have to take that into consideration. It's okay to admit when we made a mistake. It's okay when we say, well, we have redundant regulations, we have outdated or, you know, antiquated rules in place. it's okay to say that. It's okay to say as a legislator, we made a mistake, let's fix it. Let's make sure that we provide relief for them. Let's scale some of that back, because I think we will see businesses continue to leave the state if we continue the trajectory that we're in when it comes to regulations and adding more regulations in place. When I go back to my district, I hear from people who, particularly the business community, when they feel that they're not being heard, that this body continues to put rules that necessarily don't make sense, or they just drive up cost or too complex. And I think we should consider that when we go back to our own districts. And I really hope that we continue these conversations going forward, not just with this bill, to make sure we provide regulatory relief for the people that need it, our business community, and for that I encourage an aye vote.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there are two parts to this bill. Some have actually reviewed this bill and thought they were two very separate topics. One is related to what has been highlighted here about the regulations. The second is as relates to the powers and duties of the Attorney General and what happens with respect to discovery proceedings when the AG brings a case against someone. The AG is the state's attorney. They serve as the law firm for the state. And up until this point, if discovery was sought from the AG as relates to other departments in the state, then the AG would provide that information. This bill seeks to change that standard, not across the board, but only when the AG serves as the plaintiff. When the AG serves as the defendant, the AG still has the responsibility to provide access as is requested in discovery by other entities. But when the AG serves as a plaintiff, if this bill were to pass, the AG would not actually have to give access to information from other parts of the state. Now, it's my understanding that this is coming out of a particular case, a case involving Meta, litigation against them, which in that case, Meta, as the defendant, attempted to obtain internal documents and records from state agencies. And the AG's office said, wait, hold on, no, we're not going to turn that over. Now, what the court did in that, I'm still waiting to hear from the bill sponsors. We're trying to work that out because what I have been briefed on suggests that the court stepped in and said, we're not actually going to give you full and complete access to what you're requesting in discovery. But perhaps that's not actually the case. But in either instance, I think that it is important for us to really grapple with this question. The AG brings a lot of different suits forth on a range of topics. And the language in this bill, it's just a paragraph, is very broad and says if the AG brings an action against another group in its official capacity, then, quote, the AG shall not be deemed to pursue an action on behalf of any other state officer in any state agency, department, office, board, commission, or enterprise, and shall not be deemed in possession, custody, or control of any record that is made, kept, or maintained by any other state officer or any state agency for the purpose of any discovery request. That means all of the cases that it brings under any statute or common law theory, that those opposing parties can't access the information that the AG and the state has in order to defend itself. Now, I suspect the proponents of this bill would say, wait. No, those defendants could use third-party discovery mechanisms in order to access that information. But if you know third-party discovery mechanisms, they are more narrowed than party to party. And so what may be accessible when the AG is operating as the face of the state and has to provide all of those other agency informations may not be accessible under third-party discovery. And so then you're putting defendants in an even worse situation. It's kind of interesting, actually, because what we as the state is saying is we as the state are going to better position ourselves when we're suing against the defendant. We're tipping the scales here and saying we're not going to provide this information, which may actually Anyways, it may actually help the defendant. We're not going to provide it. You'll have to find other ways to access that information. We're a 150-year-old state. We've been doing this for a while now, where we're allowing the defendants to access information. Why change it? Especially if indeed there is the authority that the courts have to say, you know, we're actually going to limit that discovery request. We actually think you're on a fishing expedition here, and we're not going to allow you to go deeper than you already have. Why have this blanket rule that says, nope, never, you don't have access? I find that concerning. And for that reason, I won't be able to support this bill at all. But I do want to put an amendment forward, and so I move amendment L003. Thank you.
Amendment L003 has been displayed. Representative Lutz to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there is one piece of this, though, that I would address and hope that the bill sponsors that we could find some common ground, that this new standard should not apply to current cases, that this standard should only apply to those cases that start once this bill actually becomes effective, such that the AG can't go between now and whenever the petition deadline is, August, and file whatever cases it wants, knowing that the defendant may want access to some of this information, and then be able to use this law and say, no, sorry, we're not going to give you that. Since the AG is wholly within the driver's seat on this bill, since it only applies to those actions that they bring forward, I think that they can delay it, if they need to, till August, if they think it's so important. But anything that is pending should go by the rules that are currently existing. And since that's the standard that we're being kept to in this building, related to another set of rules that we can't change in justice now, I think that the same thing should be done here.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Chair. I support this amendment. I think if there are, if we're going to play by one set of rules, then those rules need to be established. They can't be changed mid. And I don't think that's the intent of the sponsors. But if there are lawsuits that are going on, I think that would create a challenge for this bill. I mean, I think there's going to be a challenge to this bill if it limits the option of a lawsuit, just because there's a big old "and" in the middle of this that seems very out of place, given the two parts of this sentence that it's joining and creating somehow a single subject out of reducing administrative burdens and clarifying the Attorney General's scope of authority. So I think if there's an issue, say with this case cited, and I don't know for sure, I'm not up to speed on that case, but if that case is an issue, I think one of the first things that they would do is come after a bill and say this was passed and it shouldn't have. And then I think you would have a different problem. I think this should probably have been looked at for the single subject, but I'm assuming that it's already passed that muster, but I'm not sure if it would in a court of law.
So maybe that's a problem, maybe that's not a problem. I've never taken the state to court in this regard. But any agency, any body, if they have a lawsuit against the state already, or they're engaged in that, would be, I think, probably justified in doing that. So this amendment would actually just take that issue off the table so that they would not be able to use this giant "and" in the middle of the title in order to challenge basically the basis of this. So I think this is a good amendment to, it's really a good amendment to protect the bill and protect the state from litigation of basically changing the, I don't know, Larry Down would probably say changing horses midstream or something, but changing the rules in the middle of the game, and which I think is always a foul.
Minority Leader Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleagues here. As far as the questions around, how this affects current cases, ongoing cases, that's something I would like to talk to the AG's office with if that actually does affect that, and I'd be curious to know if you all have spoken with them as well before you brought this amendment. So a question was asked in committee to the AG's office about this particular section of the bill, and so I'm just going to kind of read the statement from the AG's office that they answered verbatim in the committee, which is, this is intended to clear up an area of ambiguity in our law that we directly faced over the last few years in our case involving Meta. We are part of a multi-state litigation against Meta. As part of that litigation, our department and other departments in the state were served with a discovery request that the other agencies were not aware of in this case. When the Attorney General sues anyone under Title VI, which is the Consumer Protection Act, that is under the AG's independent authority as a statewide elected. What makes it complicated is that we are also attorneys for the various state agencies. And so the theory behind this discovery request from Meta was that because we are all under one umbrella in some sense, that the Department of Human Services, Department of Public Safety, I don't know which departments were ultimately served that request, may have information relevant to that litigation and that it should be part of. We had no dispute with the idea that information, if relevant, can be brought up into a case. What we think needs to be cleared up is the mechanism of how that information is requested. So we believe third-party discovery, which is what the language would clarify, is that if an agency has information, then a third-party discovery request can be made. The courts would decide, the agency would respond, but ultimately it keeps it very separate that an action brought by us under Title VI is not an action brought by the rest of the state. So that's what this is meant to clear up and hopefully create an avenue for that information that is more appropriate. And then this is, again, the AG's office saying this. As I mentioned, this was a real situation in litigation. We were ultimately successful in saying that it needed to be a third-party discovery. So we are now just trying to codify that court decision. So in regards to any implication that this is still an ongoing case, I think the AG's office kind of clarified there that this is bringing current law into line with what a court decision was in that Meta case. Would ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the bill sponsor and the transcript response. I'm wondering if there was a follow-up question asked either to the AG's office or to you as bill sponsors related to why the decision was made to make it so broad, as opposed to narrowing this scope to just those instances where you're talking about Consumer Protection Act and not to any and all instances where the AG brings an action in his official capacity or on the relation of the state of Colorado or the people of the state of Colorado.
Is there, Speaker McCloskey.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the conversation. I want to make clear that I believe this amendment would undo current case law, and in the situation that we're speaking about, I don't believe that information pertinent to the case is at issue here. It's that there was a blanket, because of the ambiguity or lack of clarity in Colorado state law, there was a blanket approach on discovery, which certainly delayed action and cost a great deal of money. I would ask for a no vote on the amendment. Certainly happy to continue talking with our colleagues about the concern, but I don't believe that your concern about the discovery of documents is what we are trying to accomplish in this in the bill.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L003? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L003. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no? No. Amendment L003 is lost. Representative Richardson, we're now to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right. Colleagues, there's a lot of goodness in this bill. We're 150 years old as a state. We've probably got 300 years worth of regulation built up. It's a great step in the right direction. It's been said and commonly recognized that we're the 6th most regulated state in the nation. Hopefully this bill ensures that that is the high water mark and we start moving down on that list of overregulation. We've simply brought way too many bills that result in regulating our businesses. Mostly, probably all well-intentioned, but there have been too many too fast for our businesses to keep up with compliance, especially our smaller businesses. Our small businesses, many of them sole proprietors that are doing everything, including employing our citizens, don't have compliance departments. They don't know generally year to year what they're going to try to do. And what we've seen, even in the large businesses that have compliance departments, are folks leaving our state. And that is impacting our revenues. For those of us that have been watching for a while, and I think that's probably every taxpayer that looks for their Tabor refund check, you know, several years ago, we were over our revenue caps by billions, and several $100s, close to $1,000, sometimes more, was going back each year to our taxpayers. This year we missed our Tabor cap. We've missed it because we're not generating the revenues that we have in the past, and that is traceable to the amount of regulation that is suppressing our business activity. We need to see that reverse. The more people we have employed, the more people we have well employed, the more people we have receiving good benefits through their good paying jobs from very successful businesses, the less impact we have on our state budget, the less that are turning to the state government for support. If we can get fewer people dependent on this government, we could actually start shrinking our government. And as government shrinks, we're going to see freedoms expand. And that's the direction we need to be moving in. So I know there's other pieces of this bill, but we have it right. We have made a good first step under this bill in looking at our regulations and peeling back those that just don't make sense and overburden our businesses. So I will be a yes today. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
All right. So my concern, I've already alluded to, is that this is 2 bills in one. This is a business bill. This is a bill that went to business, but the other half of this should have gone to judiciary. I mean, it has to do with the Attorney General scope of authority related to litigation discovery. Now, on the parent side, the concerns are that if the state can force plaintiffs to chase documents agency by agency instead of treating the AG's representation of the state as enough, so if the AG is going to represent the state is going to need those documents. And the need of those documents, the gathering of those documents should be accessible to those on the other side, the citizens who are petitioning their government. So that's just a whole 1A thing. Sometimes that petitioning of government is through the courts. You have a disagreement with the government and you have to take it through the courts. So if the state can force plaintiffs to chase documents agency by agency instead of treating the AG's representation of the state as enough for unified production, then the state becomes harder and more expensive to litigate against in practice, especially for families with limited resources. That is an inference that needs to be fleshed out, that needs to be vetted out. How is this going to work in practice? But it's exactly the sort of discovery burden that this language could create. So I'm in favor of the getting rid of the redundant and repetitious rules, regulations that this state has created, and just noting that when we had a $4 billion surplus divided by 4 million citizens, that's about $1,000 per citizen that you used to get back. So now that $1,000 per citizen per voter has been tapped out for the purpose of convincing you that the state should no longer be asked as to whether it can raise your taxes or not. So that's why they're bleeding the Tabor tax down. But anyways, through these regulations, through the enterprises, through the creativity of the insatiable bureaucracy. So when the bill was introduced, and I'm afraid that you probably didn't get a whole lot of participation in what's going on, because it went to business, and it's tacked on here with an and clarifying the Attorney General's scope and related to litigation discovery. That's a separate bill. Should be a separate bill. That should have gone to judiciary. That should have had the attention of everybody that's engaged in any sort of, because we know the AG just loves suing everybody, but this should have gone to judiciary. Even if it went through business, it should have gone through judiciary. Maybe it did. My understanding is it didn't, but the way that's written, this is a judiciary bill. I think we should have more discussion on that. My fear looking at it is that you are going to force, again, individuals who have issue with the state to go agency by agency, and then having to go to court to get them to decide whether the regulation, whether the rules, whether that discovery process is the right way to go, and it just ties up everything. If we're going to make this big of a change, we need to have it vetted and not tacked onto the end of the bill. That, to me, says the purpose of the bill is the second part, and the incentive to ignore it is the first part. So I'll be a no, because I don't think we should be passing these very two-part bills and then tacking them, just joining them together with an and, which I thought was not allowed. But I mean, those are more guidelines than rules. So I'll be a no. I'm for the first part. I'm just opposed to the second part, so I have to be opposed to both.
Minority Leader Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to clarify, I mean, this bill is about reducing administrative burdens, and so what we heard from the AG's office about clarifying this process in law when it comes to third-party discovery is that when this did happen in a real-world case, it was extremely expensive to the state, and again, ultimately, the AG's office had a court decision ruled in their favor, and so that's why they're clarifying it, because of how extremely burdensome and expensive it was in this particular case. There's a better way to do this, and that is what the bill is, which is reducing administrative burdens. Doesn't mean that you can't request discovery or citizens don't know what's going on or anything like that. It's reducing the administrative burdens across the board, again, based on a court decision in a real-world case that was extremely expensive for the state. So again, urge an aye on the bill. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
That's all well and good. It doesn't change the fact that it should be a different bill. I mean, we're all authorized 5 bills, so we have 500, that's 500 bills were authorized. Of those 500, over 700 will be presented, and of those 700, over 600 of the 500.
Representative DeGraff, can we just stick to the bill and focus on what's actually in the bill and not the number of bills that we get each session?
Well, I think it's germane, Madam Chair. Could I explain?
Okay.
Thank you. When we're presenting over 700 bills, over 600 of those 500 of which will pass, it's clear that we're not limited to the number of bills. And if this needs to be brought forward in 2 bills and go down 2 different paths, and I get it, that the AG would like to reduce the administrative burden on the AG. But the purpose of this body, the purpose of the legislature, is not to represent the AG. The purpose of this legislature is not to represent the lobby. The purpose of this legislature, the reason that this government was secured, was to represent the rights of the citizens of Colorado. And without a full proper discussion of what this means, I am afraid that my concerns stand. That if the state can force the plaintiffs to chase documents agency by agency instead of treating the AG's representation, the AG is going to need those documents anyways. So if the individuals are seeking discovery through the AG and the AG is on the other end of this lawsuit, the AG is also going to need those documents. So why would you duplicate the effort instead of just telling the AG, these are the documents that we need, these are the documents that we're going to request from the agencies, and that these are the documents that you're going to need as well. Because we're requesting them, you're going to need them. So now, instead of the AG working from inside the government to secure the rights of the citizens of Colorado, it feels like the AG is pushing this off, and the citizens have to actually go and not just secure these records, but they have to figure out how to get through the process. Because we know that the state of Colorado can make some very arcane processes to discourage anything about this challenge. So the AG is representing the state. The AG is going to need to have the exact same documents, any of the exact same documents that the individuals have pulled. It just makes sense for the AG then to use the exact same, instead of following up and saying this is how we get there. It makes sense to have the AG initiate the process, because it's going to have to do so anyways, and then provide those documents to the individuals. The individuals are paying, the citizens of Colorado are paying the salaries of these groups. So again, this should be 2 bills. So I'll be voting against it just because it should be 2 bills. But I'll also be voting against it because I think the conversation needs to be more in-depth as to the citizens of Colorado and how much it costs for them to redress their grievances with the state. And when what's called in the Air Force side of the bottom line up front. And what's the bottom line here is that this is a bill about the AG, and it's tacked on with it's tacked in right behind some eye candy about reducing some regulation. Those can be very separate bills. They should be very separate discussions. Neither one has anything to do with the other, and the entire bit of the "and" is very contrived, and it should be rejected for that reason. I recommend a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 137? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 137. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Senate Bill 137 is adopted. Mr. Sheba, please read the title of, let me see, House Bill 1306.
House Bill 1306 by Representatives Duran and Sukla concerning the creation of the Wild Horse Special License Plate.
Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1306 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
In Appropriations, we ran an amendment to change the funding stream, and we asked for a yes vote.
Is there any further, Representative Sukla?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a good bill. It does two things. One thing that's the most important to me is in the future it will sterilize the horses so that we have a balance with the range and keep the range healthy and keep all our wild horses out on the range.
Is there any further discussion on a committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The Appropriations report is adopted. Majority Leader Duran to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good bill. Vote yes.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1306? Representative Sukla.
Ditto.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1306? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1306. All those in favor say aye. All those in favor say aye, please. All those opposed, no. House Bill 1306 is adopted. Mr. Sheba, please read the title of House Bill 1256.
House Bill 1256 by Representatives Jackson and Mabry, also Senator Cutter, concerning the procedure for releasing an individual from the Department of Corrections.
Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the appropriations report. I move House Bill 1256 and the appropriations report and the judiciary report.
To the judiciary first, to the appropriations report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In appropriations, we ran an amendment that would strike the 30-day requirement for transportation, as we are in a tight budget situation, and that having those 30 days would have exceeded the amount of money that has been appropriated for this bill.
Is there any further discussion on appropriations report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the appropriations report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The appropriations report is adopted. To the judiciary report. Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Judiciary Committee, we brought some clarifying amendments. We extended some timelines in the bill, and working with Department of Corrections, made sure that the changes we were making were implementable. And we also have an amendment to the Judiciary Committee report. I move L3 to the Judiciary Committee report and ask that it be properly displayed.
Okay.
Do they have the amendment packet? Do you have the packet? Do you not have a packet? You don't have a packet on your desk? No? What? Okay. We don't have a packet.
Amendment L003 is displayed to the amendment. Representative Mabry. Or Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Basically, what this amendment does is it kind of cleans up some of the language, and it talks about the identification documents and how if there is a fee or a charge as a result of that, that would come after the person has transitioned out of custody, that would not create a barrier to them receiving the identification documents upon release. So it's about the timing of any potential charges and not having that be a barrier to someone actually getting their photo ID.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L003? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L003. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Amendment L003 is adopted. Is there any further discussion on the judiciary report? See none. The question before us is the adoption of the judiciary report as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The judiciary report as amended is adopted. To the bill, Rep. Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am really grateful to be on this bill with my co-prime Rep. Mabry. We know that the majority of people who are incarcerated in DOC will be returning to our communities, and it is a disservice if we do not equip them with the necessary tools and resources that they need to be successful and to lead productive lives. And this bill is a step in the right direction. We can't expect people to obtain employment, housing, or treatment services if we do not give them the bare minimum, the essentials, a government-issued ID, transportation, as well as gate money. And right now, gate money has been $100 since 1972. And because of our budget situation, we are not in a position to increase that amount. But what this bill does is that it keeps the $100 intact so that there are no deductions from that. And I am pleased that this bill passed unanimously in the Judiciary Committee, and I would ask for an aye vote.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You heard that correctly, members. This bill passed unanimously in the Judiciary Committee, and I deeply appreciate it because this bill is about closing the gap between what we promise people leaving prison and what they already receive. So since 1972, Colorado law has required a $100 release allowance. In more than 50 years, the value of that amount has been lost by 85% in terms of purchasing power. If we adjusted this for inflation, it would look like $700 today. Back in the 70s, $100 could get you a hotel for a few nights. Now, $100 can't even get you a hotel for one night. And of course, we need to have conversations about adjusting this amount for inflation. But right now, many people leaving our system do not even receive the $100. They're nickel and dimed in terms of fees that they have to pay. And we are not setting people up for success. This bill guarantees the full $100 to every person being released, free of deductions. And it makes sure that we're at least giving people enough money to get where they're going, to get a meal when they get out. Another part of the bill has to do with documentation, making sure that people are leaving with valid documentation. The research is unambiguous. The first 72 hours after release are critical for successful reintegration and public safety. Let's keep the promises Colorado already makes to people leaving prison and vote yes on House Bill 1256.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me tell you my problem with the bill. When it came in committee, it was basically, honestly, the fiscal note. Like, I do agree that people should be getting their documents. Of course they should be getting their documents. But my issue was with the fiscal note. And it started out where right now it's at, what, almost near $900,000. And then it'll just grow from there. My other problem with it was the offenders, the criminals, the offenders are going to get this money every single time, over and over and over. So they go to jail, they get out, they get the money. They go to jail, they get out, they get the money. So there's no cap on it. There's no like, okay, 3 strikes, you're out kind of thing. This is what charity should really be for. If there are people really want to fund something like this, then let the charities fund it. Because that is the people's money that goes towards exactly what they want. But right now, you're making taxpayers pay for it. You're making people who have committed crimes against others, their tax money, the ones that the crime is committed against, is going to actually be going to pay for the criminal who committed the crime against them to get them the money to, it makes, to me, it makes my head spin. And without there being some sort of a cap on this is just gutting the state. I mean, we're already gutted financially as it is. $900,000 now, millions and millions of dollars later. Honestly, I really don't believe that the bill, the way it is written right now, should actually go on. As per testimony that we heard, it's really, it sounds like the GATE program, the GATE money program, just needs to be modified. The program, we don't need a law to do that. We can actually modify that without a law. It's working in several places. There's just a few areas in Colorado, surprise, surprise, the Denver area, that it's not actually working. And so there they just need to make sure that the policies and the program is tweaked enough to where it can work. But to make a law, I really don't think anymore that we need a law like this. Fix the program. You don't need a law. We keep making laws, more and more laws for things we don't need. I don't like the inefficiencies that are within the program, but again, I don't know that we need something to this extreme, to an actual law, to shake them down, to shake up the Department of Corrections. And so I am asking for a no vote on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just pulled this bill. It's amazing to me this came out unanimous from Judiciary. I'm going to take a quote from the good representative from El Paso. This is the nanny state at its best. We're expecting victims to use taxpayer dollars to support criminals coming out of jail and giving them a release allowance of at least $100, free of any deductions, and a 30-day transit pass if the individual is discharged in a metro area. I can tell you there's constituents in my district that would love this right now. Let's talk about priorities. This is just prioritizing offenders over law-abiding citizens, and let me tell you why. You know how many community-based reentry programs we have in the state of Colorado that are actually trying to reduce repeat crime after release? Let's take a look. Reentry programs help people leaving jail or prison. They stabilize quickly, find work and housing, and avoid reoffending. Run by nonprofits, faith-based groups, local governments, and partnerships with corrections departments. Why are we making the taxpayers do this? Let's talk about priorities. Stop nannying people. Stop making us use our money to pay for offenders getting released. We don't want to do that. Second Chance Center, one of the largest reentry programs in the state, provides job training, housing assistance, mentorship, focus on long-term reintegration and reducing recidivism. Colorado Department of Corrections Reentry Services offers pre-release planning and support, connects individuals to IDs, employment resources, and community supervision programs. Ready to Work Denver combines transitional housing, paid work programs, often serves people with criminal records or experiencing homelessness. The Gathering Place focuses on women, including those exiting incarceration, provides job readiness, basic needs support services, faith-based programs. Many churches and ministries run reentry efforts focused on mentorship, substance abuse recovery, community accountability. Examples include prison fellowship. What these programs typically include: employment help, resume building, job placement, housing support, ID and documentation, substance abuse and mental health services, mentorship, accountability, life skills. We already have these programs. Why we're making victims' taxpayer dollars go to offender release for up to, or at least $100 and a 30-day transit pass, it's mind-boggling to me. Why do we keep taking community out of what the community's supposed to do? Why do we keep nannying the people of Colorado? This is not what the state government's supposed to do. The communities in our state are supposed to be doing this. That's what communities were set up to do. Community programs, there are many of them in the state of Colorado, and again, we're making victims be involved with their offenders. This is crazy. Vote no.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had stepped out for a moment because there's a good bipartisan lunch going by, and in the spirit of that, I do want to provide some some credit where credit is due. It is day 104, 16 days left, April 27th, year of our Lord 2006. I just want to note that we had a sponsor stand up here and lament that things are getting way too expensive, things have become way too expensive, and that nickel and diming people and folks through fees is unfair. So thank you for saying that. Let's apply that broadly throughout all the legislation we look at. Thank you.
Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Assistant Minority Leader. I'm sorry.
So I tour quite a few prisons. I think that that's important because the population are constituents as well. And I toured the private prison in Crowley County, and what's pretty unbelievable about the private prison in Crowley County is they have a cabinet making shop and they have a construction wing of their prison. And they actually, when they graduate, they pretty much come out with an associate's degree in construction trades, but they're given a career. What's really neat about the program is I know that there's been legislators go there in the past and they're really down on it and they think it's forced labor, which isn't the truth. I spoke to most of the inmates and they actually love the program, and as I've toured some of the state-run prisons, especially the one in Trinidad, I sat down with the inmates and talked to them, and they would also like a program with inside of their prison because I spoke with a gentleman in the private prison who said when he got out on parole, he actually had a job running a cabinet shop making over $100,000. What was neat about the program in the private prison was they set seed money aside from them. So they build cabinets, as you can imagine, for a house and for bathrooms. They also they frame out houses, which actually they have a contract with the state, and DOC has bought a lot of these houses from the private prison because they're putting up housing for workers for DOC. But they're given a trade, so when they leave the building, they have something to get to that job, so there is no recidivism rate isn't as high, but they're given some seed money. They're also given privilege for housing. And I have friends that work in the corrections system. When COVID hit, what little programs the state had, they pulled totally away from. And I think we need to bring these programs back and bolster them. I mean, if you can have people making cabinets in the state prison system, building structures for housing, and they're given some money that's put into an account so when they get out on the street, that they have that money themselves. And the crazy thing about it is they talked about how proud they were to earn it and that they were making that money. And I just want to say it's hard because my first year here, I heard somebody really admonish the program, and the inmates love it. It gives them a different sense of freedom. It gives them that responsibility. It gives them a different set of housing and rules that they live by, but it gives them that seed money when they get out. So, I mean, speaking to this bill and what can be done in the future, I think that anybody's looking at making sure that people, when they get out of the system, they have that good step forward. We should really push that our Department of Corrections within the state start to bring these programs back and start to help these individuals as well. To put it just for the tax dollar to do is one thing, but when you have inmates that want to use their hands, they want to make a living, they're tired of sitting around and just lifting weights and playing video games, they want to build a skill set. And we're seeing this in private prisons, and it's working and it's successful, and there's such a sense of pride. And I urge you, please go to Crowley County and tour it because they're so proud to show you the cabinet making shop and where they build trusses and where they build frames for houses. And I think that that's something that if the state picked up that model, you wouldn't have to worry about the inflation that you're talking about. But I mean, that's going to take some deep conversations because I think there's two ideologies that clash when it comes to this. But I think sitting and talking to the inmates themselves is really important. So I just wanted to put that on the record. I think that there's the ability that we can do something with those that are housed in state prisons. Let them get to work. Let them earn some money for when they get out. It's that feeling of self-worth that they were actually to put that money in an account and have that skill set when they leave. That way they have a way to pay some bills, get in a stable home. But I just wanted to put that on the record as something we should work on. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Chair, and I agree with my colleague that this is a great opportunity for individuals to learn the value of work, to be prepared for leaving and going back out into society. They should, if they're going to remain in society successfully, they're going to have to learn how to budget. They're going to have to learn how to save. They're going to have to learn how to spend wisely. Giving somebody $100 that just gets blown possibly irresponsibly on the first opportunity, which could actually You know, some psychologists talk about this, and the best place for somebody is to be destitute. Because as soon as they have money in their hands, and I can relate to this, that, distant family members that, they were fine until they got a paycheck. And that paycheck went to the bar, and that bar led to them being found face down drunk 3 days later. So some people, until they know the value of money, until they learn the value of money, it can actually be harmful for them. And if you're releasing somebody, now, and I just looked at this, and it's interesting to note that the government has degraded our $100 by 85% through inflationary spending, through the debt spending, through going through more, like we're doing this year, and spending even more money than we have, and taking that $4 billion surplus, $1,000 per taxpayer, and diverting it into meaninglessness. But you're going to have a lot better result, I think, if these inmates are required to budget, if they're required to work, if the money they leave with, they have a direct correlation with work that they've done. The money that they walk out the door with represents the sweat equity that they put into their liberty. That's going to be the game changer. And that's the kind of program that we should be advocating. You know, if you want to get back to 1970s, you know, of course, then there was a budget. We were literally pumping money out of the ground, more so. And we're not limiting ourselves. We are growth. We're pro-ag. We're pro-manufacturing. And then we decided to be so pro-socialist, and we don't have any of that anymore. So what we have, that would be, I think, about $667. So to catch up, it would take $667. So, you know, anybody who's wondering, the equivalent of $100 back in 1972 takes about $667. So if you can't figure out why you can't afford a house, that's why. It's government spending. So I think what we need to do is we need to have, I would like to see a program come back that's a little bit more focused on individual responsibility, because liberty is dependent on individual responsibility. And when we cede that, it actually removes that liberty. So when we try to transfer that. So I think we need to give these inmates the dignity of work, the ability to walk out that door, make sure that they understand the value, the sweat equity that they put into those dollars that they're walking out with. And yes, some are going to walk out with more than others. And that's a good lesson in life as well. But I'm afraid we're reinforcing and we're rewarding some of the wrong behavior with just putting cash in hand with people that have not been, if it's an individual that does not know how to handle cash in hand and does not have, you're just adding fuel to the fire. So I would like to see a program that is more focused on individual responsibility and less on handing out, especially when we don't have that money to hand out.
Representative Marshall.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just had to get up and say a quick little point because I'm going to be voting for this bill because it's the right thing. It is the right thing. And I can already see people chopping at the bit saying, oh, great, we can use this against Bob in HD 43. But I do what's right. It was $100 when people left prison in 1972. That's when Republicans controlled the entire state house and the governor's office. That's when we had the entire World War II generation in place that actually cared about how society worked. I get in quite a few fights with the Sheriff's Department in Douglas County, but something they did very well, very well. They have 3 departments. One of them is the jails. And they made certain they would have someone come in once a month to make IDs for everyone, because the biggest problem they saw, and they're on the front lines, is kicking people out the door with no support whatsoever, no IDs, and guess what? They're going to cycle right back. Right back. $100 and a bus pass after having been incarcerated for years. If you have family support outside, that's one thing. Quite a number of these people have had their families abandon them, some possibly for good reason. But you want to kick someone out the front door after holding them in a prison for years and say good luck? Good luck on how that turns out, not for them, but for everyone else that lives in our society. So think about doing the right thing rather than the political thing and vote for this. Thanks.
Representative Flannel.
So let me explain to you guys why I voted yes for this bill. $100 is given to people who get out of the Department of Corrections. That's already done. We're doing that as we speak since 1972. And for those who mentioned the bus pass, clearly you weren't listening because that has actually been amended. We are not giving people bus passes. When I say we, the bill sponsors are not giving bus passes. So ultimately what this bill does is it just makes it so that the Department of Corrections cannot take $10 here, $15 here out of that $100 that we are giving inmates leaving or prior inmates that are leaving Department of Corrections. And we're giving them a state-issued ID. We talk a lot about, how do we figure out, how do we prevent recidivism? And I feel like at the very least, we could at least give them a state-issued ID so that they can, maybe get a hotel room for that night. There's a lot of things that you can't do without a state-issued ID. I don't think that this is so crazy to ask for. So yes, I did vote for it, and I plan on voting for it again.
Thank you, Rep. Flannel. Rep. DeGraff, before you come up, I just want to say that when we come up, let's just be respectful about our differences if we disagree on this bill and not speak to people's character and saying whether they care or not. And let's just keep it kosher. Rep. DeGraff.
Well, there are certainly a lot of good reasons to vote for this bill, compassion being one of them. And yeah, like I mentioned, the $100 should be $667 if we were to keep up with inflation because government spending has degraded our money to that extent. State-issued ID, certainly something that we can handle in-house, that these prisons, and it's kind of ironic when you don't want to tax and fee seems like that would be something you would want them to get used to, because if they're going to be living in society at large, they're going to get feed every time they turn around. So I'm certainly not in favor of that. But when you come up here and just say, well, that's the right thing, this is the right thing. Is it the right thing? I don't see any, I don't know if I haven't heard any metrics in it. Maybe I missed part of the conversation, but I don't recall the conversation about the metrics of, does this sometimes fuel recidivism? Because you are talking about somebody who's been in prison for a long time. Maybe the thing they're hankering for is a drink. Maybe putting that $100 in their pocket is the opposite of what they need. So it's not necessarily compassionate to say, give them that money. It could actually be fueling their demise. That's all I'm saying. So when you make a blanket statement and say, well, this is about compassion and doing the right thing without looking at not looking at the whole picture, I think it's something that you need to look at the whole picture. I think these individuals should be able to leave with money. I think they should be able to leave with money that they earned in that scenario. Because if we have not equipped them to earn, save, budget, and then we're going to turn them loose on society, all you're doing is you're just going out there and giving $100 towards recidivism. So the point, I think the right thing to do is to make sure that those individuals have the skill sets to actually do that. And that skill set would come with saving $100, saving $667. Maybe cash is not the way to go here. Maybe food stamps is the way to go. So this is not just this is the moral choice. There are other options. And there are potentially better options. We already spend bus pass came off, we spend $24 million per year on free buses. That could come out of there. State issued ID, that could come directly from CDPHE. Set up the system, go out there or set up the appointment, go straight there and get their ID card. So, yeah, these individuals need to learn, if we're going to release them in society, they need to know how to live in society. And my point is, I don't think, and yeah, what is the record of that since 1972? Was that an effective program? Did that do what it was intended to do? $667 would obviously have bought a lot more leeway. They are also not working in a budget where we've blown through $4 billion worth of surplus. So at some point, the spending ends. $100. Anybody walking out of prison would probably look at that $100, could easily look at that $100 and can't do anything with it except make one stop that puts them back in the wrong direction. So I like the idea.
Please keep this to the bill and not suggest what people will do when they're released from incarceration, because we have no idea what that looks like. So I just want to keep it straight to the bill.
That's true, Madam Chair, and I appreciate you reinforcing my point. We don't have any idea what that looks like. And until we have an idea of what that looks like, if we don't know what the metrics around this bill are, we don't have any basis for expanding it. So if we're going to expand it, update it, this should come with metrics. How successful is this program? How successful has it been? How successful was it in the 70s when it started? What is the recidivism of the participants? What about the participants that only leave with their money? Maybe we augment their money based on how much they saved instead of just a straight $100. You earn $500, you get $100. You earn $400, you get $50. Where you're incentivizing that instead of just giving somebody a gift card to trouble. So, yes, I think it's great to be able to help these people. There's also lots of places that there are set up to help these individuals, and we should be steering them towards those agencies as opposed to just giving them a ticket to trouble on the way out the door. We should be dropping them off at places that can actually help them and hold them and teach them accountability. So, yeah, the compassion aspect, it's fantastic, but giving somebody money is not necessarily compassion. It could be the absolute worst thing for them, and until we have that whole study done, until we have that all broken down, I can't support it.
Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to be clear on what this bill does and what it doesn't do. I think we can all agree that there are significant improvements to be made regarding reentry programming within prisons. And I want to acknowledge what AML Winter said about the cabinetry program in Crowley County. I think that we all want to expand opportunities like that for people in DOC in order to make sure that people can earn a decent living when they come out, but that's not what this bill is about. This is not a reentry programming bill. This bill is giving people the basic necessities in order to try and get their lives together. You cannot get a job if you do not have a government-issued ID. You cannot get housing if you don't have a government-issued ID. That's what this bill is doing, and it's really sad that we actually have to even run a bill like this to say, hey, when people are leaving prison, you think we need to give them a government-issued ID? Like, we shouldn't even have to run a bill like this, but here we are. And the last thing that any of us want is to dishonor our victims after somebody has been accountable for the crimes that they commit, the last thing we want to do is not equip and prepare them so that they can go and re-victimize our communities. None of us want that. This is bare basic, and I will reiterate what our amendment said. We took out the 30-day transit pass. This bill does not put offenders over victims. We do need to bolster reentry programming within DOC. That is not part of this bill. That's not what this bill does. And I would ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1256? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1256. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. House Bill 1256 is adopted. Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move House Bill 1236 until after Senate Bill 92.
The bill will be moved to after Senate Bill 92. Mr. Sheba, please read House Bill 1236. No, I'm sorry, House Bill 1315.
House Bill 1315 by Representatives Soper and Espinoza, also Senators Weissman and Carson, concerning documents relied upon for parole determinations.
Rep. Espinoza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 261315 and the Judiciary Report.
To the Judiciary Report.
Thank you. In the Judiciary Committee, let me see what we did. We created an amendment to clarify we added a legislative declaration and added some definitions and narrowed the types of reports that we'll be seeking information on.
Is there any further discussion on the Judiciary Report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Judiciary Report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The Judiciary Report is adopted. To the bill, Rep. Espinoza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a bill, again, we're on DOC Day today, and what previously happened is there was an availability to obtain data, which the public was entitled to get. Legislators had sought this information in the past, as did Channel 9 news station, and in doing so, there was a determination that there was a large error rate in the parole, the documentation that's being used to ascertain parole. So what happened is, then subsequent year, this last year, we attended to get this information, and the Department of Corrections indicated that they would no longer share it, claiming that there was a copyright of the information. We've subsequently determined that the copyright is non-effective because the company claiming the copyright is publishing this already on their website, and so their claims of not being able to have access to the information kind of fell apart. We negotiated with the DOC and have determined that we can access now these parole data determinations, so there can be outside reviews and determinations by us whether there will be errors in the computation of whether someone has met their conditions to be able to be paroled. This is a really good transparency bill. We would ask for your support.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1315? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1315. All those in favor say aye.
Wait. Apparently.
Sorry. Oh, hi, Rep. Soper. My apologies. I will withdraw that and go to you online.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll make this really quick. This is a great transparency bill, as my co-prime eloquently just described. And this is one to ensure that the media, legislators, the public continue to have access to risk assessments, because after all, the error was discovered by a journalist and legislators last year. That's since being corrected, but then it asked DOC to report back to the Joint Judiciary Committees going forward how the correction of the error rate is going. So with that, I'd ask for a yes vote. It's been unanimous all the way, and hopefully we can keep it that way.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1315? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1315. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. House Bill 1315 is adopted. Mr. Sheba, please read the title of House Bill 1206.
House Bill, House Bill 1206 by Representative Joseph, also Senator Lindstedt, concerning improved funding to support development.
Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1206, the Finance and Appropriations Committee report.
To the finance report.
To the
I'm sorry, to the appropriations report first.
Yes, in the Appropriations Committee, here you go. In the Appropriations Committee, what we did was we had a conversation with some stakeholders and we added language to say that DOR can recover some of its costs. And also we had a letter that shows that we will be paying for the $24,000. Well, there's an organization that will be paying for the $24,000 that is part of the appropriations in the bill. So the fiscal technically would be at zero, and we ask for a yes vote in the Appropriations Committee report.
Is there any further discussions on the appropriations report? Representative Wu.
Appropriation of finance. Finance. No, we're in appropriation.
I withdraw that. Is there any further discussion on the appropriations report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the appropriations report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The appropriations report is adopted. To the finance report, Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And in the appropriations, we are going to make some changes to the Finance Committee report. So I move L012 to House Bill to the Finance Committee report and ask it to be properly displayed. Do you have the?
Yeah, I thought he was going to move his first.
Oh,
We move yours?
yeah, let's move ours first and then we can move ours last. Okay. Thank you.
And here's the other one.
So this one, just this one, is this one, what does this one do?
The committee will go into a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. The majority leader and the minority leader has ruled that the amendment will move forward. So, Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So L12 replaces the language about authorities imposing taxes in the bill. The new language only allows authorities to impose a sales tax, a sales and use tax, or both, and the tax cannot apply to cigarettes. For an authority to impose this tax, a local government would need to put a table question before its voters, and the voters would need to approve that question. The tax revenue from these taxes can only be spent on administrative costs and the purposes identified on the ballot question, and we ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L012? All those the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L012. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Amendment L012 is adopted. Representative, actually,
It's to the committee report.
Yes.
was that? Okay, to the finance report. Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L014 to the Finance Committee report and ask that it be properly displayed.
L014 has been displayed. Representative Gonzalez to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So all this amendment does is just to clean up, to clarify that we are striking property tax and mill levy tax. So all that this bill is basically trying to ask voters for is a sales tax up to 1%. Again, up to 1%. So we're striking the increase in property taxes and mill levy increases, and we ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L014? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Amendment L014 is adopted. Is there any further discussion on the Finance Committee? Representative Wu. I'm sorry, the Finance Report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L015 to the House Finance Committee report.
Amendment L015 is displayed. Representative Wu to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what this will do is it's very narrow and focused. It removes Section 4, which in my view is trying to fix a problem that does not exist. Urban renewal authorities already have the authority under current law to structure agreements with developers, including shortfall provisions. We are not filling a gap. What Section 4 does is shift risk. It does not reduce it. It shifts risk away from investors and onto developers. The problem with that is simple. Developers do not control tax increment. They do not control assessment rates, state policy, or market conditions. Asking them to guarantee that revenue is asking them to take on risk they cannot manage. In the real world, they will not do it. And when they do not do it, projects do not move forward. The alien language is an even bigger issue. Section 4 introduces a super priority style lien that can step ahead of existing mortgages. Every construction lender requires a first position lien. That is not optional. If that position is at risk, they will not finance the deal. No financing means no project. That means fewer housing units, including affordable housing, and less redevelopment in the very areas the bill is trying to support. It also adds cost and complexity. Even if the tool is never used, lenders still price the risk into every deal. From a business and development standpoint, this makes projects harder to finance, not easier. I have heard this from urban renewal professionals and local governments across the state. This is coming from the people working on these deals every day. Striking Section 4 keeps the rest of the bill intact and removes a barrier to getting projects built. This is a practical fix. I respectfully ask for your support on an amendment to strike Section 4. Thank you.
Assistant Minority Leader Winters.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. It reduces any ambiguity that's within this bill, striking the section, streamlines the issue. I think this is good for the piece of legislation. I urge an aye vote.
Representative Goldstein.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also rise in support of this amendment. And the reason is because URA is on the front line of community reinvestment across Colorado, including creating affordable housing options. Section 4 ties their hands by attaching a high priority lien to URA projects that it kills construction financing because no lender will accept a subordinate position to a statutory super priority lien, making projects impossible to finance. Prevents TIF deals from moving forward, so increasing uncertainty and risk for developers and communities alike. It raises financing costs for redevelopment projects, even those that are never used in this tool, and it solves a problem that doesn't exist. URAs can already enter into shortfall agreements with developers under current law. Section 4 appears to be driven by out-of-state financial interests rather than local redevelopment needs and leaves key legal questions unanswered, including who can issue and enforce these liens across multiple property owners within urban renewal areas. So I urge a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L015? Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and we will accept this amendment, so we encourage an aye vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L015? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L015. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Amendment L015 is adopted. Is there any further discussion on the finance report as amended? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the finance report as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The finance report as amended is adopted. Representative Joseph to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We move L019 to the bill.
Amendment L019 is displayed. Representative Joseph to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've narrowed the bill title to concerning affordable housing because with the Section 4 of the bill, it was a little bit broader, but because now the bill only pertains to PHAs, which is the Public Housing Authorities funding, and we just wanted to narrow it to that, and we ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L019? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L019. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Amendment L019 is adopted. Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so I really appreciate working with my co-prime on 1206. I think at a time when affordable housing is obviously top of priority for all of Colorado, we need to find ways to make sure we fund these things. And I think when we're facing budget cuts and when there's some aid that the state gives to local municipalities, and of course we're cutting stuff, I think this bill allows for local municipalities to take it upon themselves, to take to the voters, to decide whether they want to raise taxes of up to 1% of sales tax in their communities. And I think that this is falls beyond local control, because I think when you take it upon the voters of a certain area to decide for themselves versus the rest of the state, I think that's something that could be celebrated. So what 1206 does is it preserves local control and voter approval, improves fiscal clarity and governance consistency taxing authority framework, adds two limited clarifications: notice to local governments prior to ballot referral, and explicit dedication of any revenue solely to housing authority purposes, and permissible uses of voter-approved revenue, so development and financing of new affordable housing, preserving of existing housing, leveraging other funding sources, debt service and financing costs, operations and long-term maintenance, housing-linked resident services, and program administrations. And we ask for an aye vote.
Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank the public housing authorities for their work and support on this particular bill, and also thank our colleagues. I feel like we're on the same side today, especially on this bill, and thank you to the good representative from Boulder County and Weld as well, Representative Woog, for his amendment that we willingly accepted. So thank you for your amendment today. Members, I rise today to present House Bill 26-1206, a bill that takes a meaningful step forward toward addressing one of the most pressing issues in Colorado today, or housing crises. across our state, we're facing a shortage of more than 100,000 homes. I bring these stats every time I bring a housing bill here to this floor. For the lowest income Coloradans, the situation is even more dire, with a gap of roughly 134,000 affordable rental units. Nearly half of renters are cost burdened, spending over 30% of their income on housing, and for many families, that number is much higher. This is not just a housing issue, it is an economic issue, a workforce issue, and a quality of life issue. House Bill 1206 is about giving our local housing authorities the tools needed. Under current law, housing authorities are limited in how they can raise revenue to build and preserve affordable housing. This bill changed that by allowing cities and county housing authorities, if they choose, to ask their voters for approval to raise dedicated funding through a local sales tax or use tax. And I want to be very clear, this bill does not raise taxes. It creates an option, and that option must be approved by the voters in that community. The bill includes strong protections. Any tax must go to the ballot. It must be structured to fairly distribute cost and avoid undue burden. Sales taxes are capped at 1%. Additionally, this bill allows housing authorities to issue bonds backed by revenues, helping them leverage local dollars to build more housing more quickly. These sections have been removed from the bill, but members, this bill is about local control, accountability, and results. It empowers communities to take actions on housing with voter approval and clear guardrails. If we're serious about addressing affordable housing to ensure that Colorados can live where they work, then we need to provide tools to make that happen. I respectfully ask you for a yes vote on 26-1206. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Chair. This is, it's kind of funny to me that when we talk about local control, the first time we actually we honor local control is to allow them to raise taxes or to divert taxes, which they were already using for something else. So now that they'll need to replace. Going through the ledge deck and listening, on the severe shortage of housing, we're estimated 106,000 units short. True here, 30% of AMI, that's going to be difficult to afford a house. But my frustration is that we're not dealing with the root cause, and the root cause is this room. The root cause is this room and the overall regulation that we continue to add to these things. And one that I'm thinking of in particular is asbestos, that the added regulations that are now in effect because of a bill that said it wants to raise money to combat lead paint, but it was to raise $200,000 a year but spending $160,000 on admin. That adds to housing costs. Making a regulation to make more stringent than the federal requirements so that anything over one bundle of shingles and one sheet of drywall literally becomes a Superfund site. That adds costs. The regulations that the sponsors talked about earlier that make us number 6, those add costs. When you talk to a builder and the costs are 30+ % of a property is regulation and government bureaucracy, I look at a bill like this, well-intentioned as it is, and I think, if you're going to task the same people that made the problem with solving the problem, you'll just get a bigger problem. Because ultimately what happens is when you put a subsidy in like this, when you create a subsidy, what you're doing is you're artificially increasing the value of money. And when you artificially increase the value of money, the cost goes up. You see this in medicine, you see this in housing, you see this in education. It feels good to throw more money at it. Ultimately, throwing more money at it makes it more expensive. Now, when we look at this, it's hard to say that we have an issue with that we need 100,000 units when we have record vacancies across the state. And those record vacancies are supposedly addressed in the future by some imagined influx of young fertile females. And I don't really know how that works. I mean, I know how that works, but I mean, I don't know how that part, the influx works. And so these demographics that the state continues to put forward in order to prop up the development, in order to prop up developers, in order to keep throwing money at developers, while we build shipping containers, stacked shipping containers, Calcutta-style housing, and it's sitting empty, or it's being filled by people who are now moving out of older housing. And now we have, of course, now that older housing can't be really updated because you have your asbestos regulations, so it's going to remain older housing. Because we're not dealing with the root cause. We're not dealing with why, and we're also not dealing with why businesses are leaving the state, why businesses have left the state, why the only growth industry in the state is the state. When the only growth industry in the state is the state, then we have a really bad problem with unsustainability. Because the state is a parasite on the actual economy. And it requires the actual lifeblood of an actual economy to grow. So I would like to, we have record vacancies in Denver. We have record vacancies in Colorado Springs, in El Paso County. We have businesses that are selling for 1/10 the price. Business space, that is office space, selling at 1/10 the price of what it did. That does not indicate that we are in a crisis for more people to come in. What we're doing is we're building more development. What you have is you have developers that are looking at this and going, yeah, unless you're going to throw some money at my way, I'm not willing to take the risk. So they're not seeing the value in promoting more affordable housing. And then the affordable housing, you said that can be up to 50% of the income, which automatically negates the 30% of the income. So again, a problem that was created in this room. Gallagher was a problem created in this room. The loss of Gallagher was created in this room. So we have inflation, regulation, fees. And the solution, the one nod that we have to local reform, local control, is to give local control the ability to tax more. Because we have a spending problem, because we've ultimately overspent. So what you're going to do is you're going to raise sales tax, and that tax again is a drag, it's a reduction of energy. When you're talking about mechanics anyways, a tax is something that pulls the energy out of a system. This pulls the energy out of the system. Pulling the energy out of the system in order to grow the system, as opposed to freeing the system and allowing it to breathe. And I think we need to actually take a look at some other stats, not just the cherry-picked statistics that say we need to give more money to developers. We need to allow developers to tax and max out and overcapacity our infrastructure. Because those are the only solutions that have come out of this room. More taxes, more regulation, and less liberty on this part of the citizens of Colorado. So I appreciate the intent of the sponsors. I think I just think it's going in the wrong direction, and we need to actually deal with the root cause of the problem. We won't, because the problem is this room. So I ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none. Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I understand my colleague from El Paso voicing concerns about affordable housing because there are a lot of issues. And it is a complex issue, right? I think there's a lot of things underlying to address the root cause of affordable housing. This policy, all it aims to do is at a time when we have to make cuts and a lot of municipalities depend on some of the revenue that they get from the state to invest in affordable housing. I think, when we have to make these significant cuts, this takes it upon the jurisdictions of themselves to continue to have some funding. And while this is not a one-size-fits-all policy, it is a step in the right direction where we can continue to have conversations on how we can address affordable housing. Yes, regulation is part of that and other issues with that, but I think we should understand that when we need funding and resources to improve affordable housing in all parts of Colorado, this is just one thing that they can continue to use, and we are giving discretion to these new local municipalities. Because at the end of the day, look, do you want the state to decide for your municipality, or do you want your municipality to decide upon yourselves what they want? And I think, again, local control is important, and I think when a one-size-fits-all policy is not the approach that we want to do, but this policy does allow for local municipalities to take it upon themselves to make sure that we have the resources to improve affordable housing, because these policies work differently in other parts. Grand Junction versus Mesa, or Grand Junction versus Colorado Springs versus Greeley versus Boulder. I mean, these municipalities know what works in what projects work in their backyards and which ones do not. And so we want to make sure that we preserve local control. And again, we're capping the sales tax of up to 1%. So that means that people can take a 0.05% increase or a 0.2% increase, but no more than 1%. And I think that's something that we're putting guardrails in to make sure that people aren't overtaxed. Again, just letting local municipalities decide for themselves. And I appreciate the conversation, because there is a lot that goes into affordable housing, whether it's construction defect reform, whether it's regulation. But this policy specifically, I think, is just something that local municipalities can take it upon themselves to use. And with that, we encourage and I vote.
Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We move L 20 to 1206.
Do you have the?
Yeah.
Do they have it?
Amendment L20 is now properly before us. You can proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a technical fix, Madam Chair. All we're doing is just striking the URA section out of we already struck it out of the bill. We're striking it out of the legislative declaration. And we ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L20? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L20. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Amendment L20 passes. To the bill, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1206 as amended. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1206 as amended passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 92.
Senate Bill 92 by Senator Simpson, also Representative Sukla and Velasco, concerning the modification of the salary categorization of locally elected officers in specified counties.
Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move Senate Bill 26092 by the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee report.
Okay, to the committee report. Representative Velasco.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. In the Transportation Committee, we added a couple amendments to include Pitkin, Lake, and Cheyenne counties. So we urge a yes vote.
Is Representative Luck.
You can stay up here. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm just wondering if the bill sponsors can help me understand the procedural history of this bill. When it was introduced in the Senate, it covered multiple counties. It covered Pitkin, it covered Dolores, and then that was stripped in the Senate, and it just went down to Dolores. And now, with the committee hearing, it is expanding beyond that to include Pitkin again, Lake, and Cheyenne. And so can you just explain why the back and forth and the inclusion of some and then the reading of some and then the inclusion of those ones again?
Representative Velasco.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And thank you to our colleague
Penrose.
From Penrose County. And so this bill is one that is done every year, and it's just to allow for county commissioners to change their pay and their wages, and some of them are increasing, some are decreasing, and some of the counties that we added last minute were because they wanted to go ahead and change their wages, and we were able to add them this year, so they didn't have to wait until the next year.
Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I was brought this bill over the interim, and it was from the Dolores County Commissioners came to me, and they told me we're in trouble with our budget. We would like to lower the wages of the 7 elected officials, and the Senate sponsor was Rod Pelton. He came up, said they would like to have an increase in salary in Cheyenne County, and then I believe that Representative Vasco could speak on behalf of the other 2 counties. I'm on the bill because they said they wanted to decrease their wages so that they could balance their budget in Dolores County.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate that. I'm wondering if some insight can be given into Pitkin, because again, it was in the original bill, then taken out, and then added back by this committee report. So just wondering why the back and forth.
Representative Velasco.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you to our colleague. There was an issue where we just wanted to make sure that their resolution was passed in their county commissioner meeting, and they did that after the Senate hearing, so we were able to add them back in.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Transportation Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Velasco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this bill updates county salary classifications when local conditions have changed and the old category no longer fits. Under current law, those salary categories are set in statute, adjusted by category, and any change applies only going forward, not in the middle of a current term. The fiscal note reflects a 0 FTE, and it does not require any state dollars.
Representative Sukla.
I would just like, well, I don't want to say it that way because Dolores County wants to lower their wages so they can balance their budget, and that's why I'm running the bill, and I would urge a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 92 as amended? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 92 as amended. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 92 as amended passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1236.
House Bill 1236 by Representatives Zokai and Mabry, also Senators Ball and Hendrickson, concerning arbitration reform.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1236 and the Judiciary Committee report.
To the Judiciary Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Judiciary Committee, we ran an amendment to clarify the fee cap language in the bill. Instead of referencing a federal claim or a state claim, it specifies that fees are for a case filed in state court and a case filed in federal court, whichever one would be relevant in the circumstances. We struck Section 2 of the bill, and then we brought 2 changes to the arbitrator disqualification section. First, we restructured the subsection numbering, which was technical, and substantially we clarified that an arbitrator cannot be found ineligible solely because they generally rule in favor of one side or the other, preventing a party from disqualifying an arbitrator just from having a track record of decisions against them. We extended the compliance deadline from paying an arbitration award from 30 days to 90 days before the damages kicked in. We stripped out the entire class collective action waiver prohibitions. This was the most significant amendment. It removes one of the bill's 4 major reforms entirely. And then we brought some more technical cleanup, replacing the record of an award with the award for cleaner language. Bottom line, in the Judiciary Committee, we narrowed the bill considerably by gutting the class action provision and giving employers more time before damages apply. And then we added some more technical cleanup language, and we asked for a yes vote on the committee report.
Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Representative.
Committee report.
To the committee report? No? Okay. Okay. Seeing no further discussion on the committee report, all those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report passes. To the bill, Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it is an honor to bring this bill forward.
You don't want me to respond.
An
Sorry,
honor
go
to
ahead,
serve
please.
with you.
No, it's an honor to serve with you as well.
All right, arbitration reform. From running this bill and from the many conversations we've had around arbitration, I think it's important to start with what is arbitration, because there's been a lot of questions, and I'd like to just go over what this process entails. So arbitration is an alternate dispute resolution mechanism. And it says that instead of, if there is a disagreement, something being settled in a courtroom, it will be settled between two parties with a neutral arbitrator. Now, what is the problem with that? Inherently, nothing is wrong with that. The way arbitration has traditionally worked is that you have two parties that have a meeting of the minds, and when they form a contract, they go into business with each other, they agree that if they were to ever have a dispute, that they will use arbitration as their mechanism to settle their dispute. Now, what has happened with arbitration in recent years is a different story. Arbitration provisions have become hidden terms in nearly every contract or terms of condition that we sign or agree to. I don't think that any one of us here can say how many of these provisions we have agreed to. Every time that you have signed up for a membership, a streaming service, ordered groceries, bought a flight, called for a ride, or even taken a job, you have likely agreed to an arbitration provision. And when you are checking a box for updated terms and conditions, you should scroll and see, because most likely there is an arbitration provision hidden in there. So you might not realize when you are giving up your right to have your day in court. It is so prevalent that when a large business that owns some famous theme parks in Florida and in California was facing a wrongful death lawsuit. This was a husband suing this theme park for killing his wife, for lack of better words. He was compelled into arbitration because of the terms that he had agreed to on a streaming service subscription. And the only reason they got their day in court was because this was publicized, and the public was so outraged that the company withdrew their motion to compel arbitration. Now, arbitration provisions often also come with class waivers. If you want to know my feelings on that, I would love to go over that with you. However, that piece was amended out of the bill in the Judiciary Committee. And so what is left here is that when arbitration is compelled and it is mandatory, we want it to be attainable for somebody to go and to be able to have their claims heard. This bill does not prevent arbitration from happening. It does not prevent those mandatory provisions I just talked about from occurring. It just says that once you have agreed to that, you should be able to actually have that claim heard. Much of what I think my co-prime and I would love to do in arbitration reform is preempted federally. So what this bill says is that the fees to be able to initiate your claim in arbitration should be comparable to those in court. They should not be so predatory to keep you from having that claim heard. It means that your arbitrator should actually hear your case, and if they are discriminating, you should be able to have a different arbitrator. And it means that you should be able to settle all of your damage claims within arbitration itself, so that you don't have to go back to court to seek certain damages. And then finally, when an award is agreed upon, we think that the party that has agreed to pay should actually pay without forcing you to go to court to compel them. This bill is now purely about making this affordable and accessible, and we ask for your aye vote.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, somewhere in Colorado right now, there is a worker, most likely a woman, most likely in a low-wage job, who is owed money by her employer. She has a legally valid claim, but buried in the contract she signed on her first day, one that she had no power to negotiate. There was a clause that says she cannot take her employer to court, cannot join with coworkers who were harmed in the same way, and must pursue her claim in a private proceeding before a decision maker her employer helps select, at a cost that may exceed the value of what she is owed. And when it is over, the decision is secret. The next employee who is hired will never know what happened. That's forced arbitration and is one of the most effective tools large employers and corporations have to insulate themselves from legal accountability. Now, as my co-prime said, a true fix to arbitration requires federal action. The Federal Arbitration Act has been interpreted by the Supreme Court in ways that have made forced arbitration effectively mandatory across vast swaths of the economy. The FAIR Act, which would end some of the most abusive practices in the arbitration space, has languished in Congress for years. Much like anything productive, we do not expect Congress to act anytime soon. So we need to do something here in the state of Colorado. The people harmed most by this are people who already have the least power. People in low-wage job, workers of color, people who harassed, cheated, or who calculated correctly that bringing their claim isn't worth the cost. Legal protections that cannot be enforced are not legal protections at all. This bill takes incredibly small but meaningful steps to improve this system and make it a little bit more fair within the authority that we have here in the state of Colorado. We ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Flannel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In committee and judiciary, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau's 2015 arbitration study was frequently referenced, specifically relying on the headline, "Arbitration Agreements Limit Relief for Consumers." However, we all know that titles can be a little misleading, and when you actually open that article, it paints a much different picture. The authors find that many employees and consumers do at least as well or better in arbitration on key measures such as win rates and time to resolution than in court. Consumers won in arbitration at a rate of nearly 42% compared to 29% in court. Average consumer recovery in arbitration was around 80,000 versus 71,000 in court. The stark worst outcomes for the public framed disappears once you look at the full data set. The CFPB study actually warns us what happens when you take arbitration off the table. Consumers do not end up with more money, they end up with more delay. Average time to resolution was 321 days in arbitration versus 439 days in litigation, which is roughly 4 months in addition. The truth is, very few people ever see a dime from class actions, while individual arbitration delivers faster resolutions and meaningful relief for the people who pursue claims. And for this, I ask for a no vote on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Kelty. Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I respectfully wanted to push back on some of the findings in the CFPB study. So the study found that across tens of millions of consumers covered by arbitration clauses, only 600 arbitration cases were filed annually. If arbitration is genuinely beneficial to consumers, why are so few of them actually using it? The CFPB found that more than 3 in 4 consumers didn't even know whether the contract that they were a part of contained an arbitration clause. Fewer than 7% understood it meant that they couldn't sue in court. How can we characterize a process as beneficial to consumers when the overwhelming majority of them don't even know they're subject to it? That same study also found that arbitrators awarded consumers less than $175,000 in total damages across 6 consumer finance markets over a 3-year period. In that same period, in the same field, class action settlements delivered $2.7 billion in relief to 32 million consumers annually. So I don't understand really how we arrive at the conclusion that arbitration produces better outcomes for consumers, given these numbers. The CFPB study found that arbitration clauses were invoked to block class action. 65% of the time, companies faced class litigation. If the purpose of arbitration is efficient dispute resolution, why are these clauses being used primarily as a shield against a group of litigants rather than a path to individual relief? I think it's also really important to remember, as much as we want to say the awards that we're talking about in the class action space are small, it's important to remember that it's not economical to be able to take somebody to court if you have been suffering wage theft at maybe $150 over a 6 months period. But if you can band together with 1,000 of your coworkers to bring a claim, that's important. We have to give people a remedy. We have to give people an option. And again, I feel like we're heading down the path we headed down during committee. Would love to be able at the state level to have a serious conversation about the merits of arbitration generally. I believe that it's really unfriendly to workers and consumers, but there's not a lot we can do at the state level. And our bill just makes the process of arbitration a little bit more fair, and we ask for a yes vote.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm up here in strong opposition to this bill. Let me tell you, I was in this committee, and I'll tell you a few things that we heard. We heard that it was a trial lawyer's dream, that it causes more lawsuits to be filed. We heard that it was unbalanced. We heard confusing. We heard unintended consequences. We also heard that arbitration is already heavily governed by the FAA, which is the Federal Arbitration Act. So this law isn't even needed. This is nothing that we actually need. As far as it being, as we had heard, that it was a lawyer's dream bill, it causes more lawsuits to arbitrarily be filed. Literally a lawsuit explosion. Increasing costs for businesses on fraudulent lawsuits. It would end up preventing people from getting the justice that they actually do deserve on legitimate lawsuits and causing huge, huge delays. Why? Because it would cause a lawsuit explosion. The bill was very unbalanced. It's very confusing. We heard that time and time and time again in committee. The protections are set already, and you cannot change it with the FAA. They cannot be changed. I don't care what the bill says. They cannot. I believe that this actually limits class action lawsuits, preventing the people, again, from getting the justice they deserve. There's no cap on this. In Section 3, 13-22-209, there are no caps on this. That is a huge problem. When in committee, we spoke to several people testifying against this bill. So far, we had 7 groups that were for it, 46 groups that were against it, representing tens of thousands of people across Colorado. There were 8 pages of testifiers. There were 146 people total. 129 of those were against this legislation. Only 17 were for it. I think that speaks loudly what the people in Colorado want. Time and time again, we ignore the voices of the people, and I'm asking you to stop doing that. I'm asking you to listen to the voices of the people. Again, arbitration is already heavily governed by the FAA. The Supreme Court has ruled that the FAA preempts conflicting state laws, period, full stop. This is not needed. This is a bill looking for a problem, or a lawyer's dream, as it was said over and over again. And lo and behold, look who's bringing the bill to us. People and businesses should be free to negotiate their own dispute terms. It should be between the people and the businesses.
Rep. Kelty.
This bill is...
Rep. Kelty. Sorry, I said your name quietly.
Oh, this bill...
Wait. Just everybody needs to just take a deep breath. Let's watch that we're not impugning motives, okay? Like, I know that this is a passionate area. We can proceed without without beating each other up, okay? So let's just take a breath. You can proceed.
I take a lot of breaths, but thank you, ma'am.
You got it.
Anyways, in closing, this bill provides less contract freedom. It's less freedom for the people, less freedom for the businesses, and it will do damage. I'm asking for a definite no vote on this bill. We need to stop passing legislation like this. It's just not needed. It's just not needed.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, just like many of the speakers that spoke, I also heard this on the judiciary and judiciary. And I just also want to recognize and state in judiciary, the list of all the supporters was actually named. That didn't happen today because I can guarantee that if the representative from El Paso actually went through and listed the names of all of the corporate partners and corporations and big business that support that oppose this bill, it would cause the majority of us to automatically be like, oh yeah, the opposition is in self-interest. This bill doesn't eliminate arbitration. Let's be clear about that. It just does not simply make it a mandatory only option. If you are harmed by a business, if you are harmed by a service, you should be allowed to pursue what form of justice you think you should go for. And if that includes a trial, that includes a lawsuit, and you have the bucks to pay for it, go for it. If you don't, and you'd rather have this behind the closed door, negotiated option that's called arbitration, fine, then go that route. But if we truly believe in the options and for individuals who are harmed to pick and choose which is their route to justice, then this is a simple yes vote. But if you want to support the special interests of corporate America, then go ahead and vote no, against the people.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree. We should listen to the groups that came there. I agree that we had 146 people. Many of them were individuals themselves. And if you want to say 129 people versus 17 doesn't matter, I think you need to think again. Tens of thousands of people were represented against this bill. Not just corporations, individuals, associations, people who have extreme concern. If you want to listen to the people, listen to the people. Tens of thousands versus 17. I think that says enough. Thank you.
Representative Mabry.
None of those groups were groups that represent workers or consumers.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do just want to note every time I hear something about this might lead to an increase in lawsuits. For one, this does not do anything to get rid of compelled arbitration. All of those provisions still apply. This does not put anything into the court system that was not already permissible to go there. However, I do think it's important to note that lawsuits, and in particular class action lawsuits and plaintiffs' attorneys, are given a bad reputation because they are so effective in holding bad actors accountable that those same actors have worked very hard to discredit them. The truth is that when you have a giant entity that is writing their own rules and is enacting widespread harm that is individually small, a class action lawsuit is the only effective tool we have to hold those actors accountable. Again, not an issue in this bill. This bill is talking about things that are not specifically federally preempted. It is making a process that is forced on consumers more fair. We ask for your yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1236? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1236 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. House Bill 1236 as amended passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1341.
House Bill 1341 by Representative Johnson, also Senator Pelton R., concerning a modification to the service period during which the Colorado Agricultural Development Authority may allocate its portion of the private active bond state ceiling allocation.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 26, 1341 to second reading.
Please proceed to
Thank
the bill.
you. Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill passed unanimous out of both House Ag and House Finance. This is a modest pro-ag change that gives the Colorado Agricultural Development Authority a longer window by 2 months to put its private activity bond allocation to work for farm and ranch projects. With all of the volatility we're seeing right now in the ag market, and with the ag market times fluctuating, this is adapting so we can give the support and tools we need for our ag community, and I would urge a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1341. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. House Bill 1341 passes. Members, we're going to stand in a brief recess. The House will come back to order. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
You've heard the motion. Seeing no objection, the committee will. That was weak. The committee will rise and report.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Shebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report as under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. House Bills 1206 as amended, 1236 as amended, 1256 as amended, 1306 as amended, 1315 as amended, and 1341 passed on second reading, ordered, engrossed, and placed on the calendar for third and final passage. Senate Bills 92 as amended and 137 passed on second reading, ordered, revised, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Representative Wilford. Members, the motion before us is the adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Lindsay votes yes. Rutinel, Soper, and Valdez all excused. Please close the machine. With 41 aye, 21 no, and 3 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Members, we are moving into third reading. Please take your seats. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to lay over Senate Bill 43 until tomorrow.
Why don't we do the proceed out of order first?
Oh.
And then we'll lay it over. I don't know that it matters, but let's go ahead and do that first.
Madam Speaker, I move to proceed out of order for the consideration of third reading.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for consideration of third reading. Now, Madam Majority Leader.
Now, Madam Speaker, I move to lay over Senate Bill 43 until tomorrow.
Senate Bill 43 will be laid over until tomorrow. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1225.
House Bill 1225 by Representatives Smith and Wilford, also Senators Ball and Bright, concerning requirements to foster distributed energy resources in the state.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, hang on, I will get it together. Bear with me. Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1225 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1225 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Lindsay votes yes. Please close the machine. With 46 ayes, 17 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1225 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Lindsay, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1347.
House Bill 1347 by Representatives Gilchrist and Brown, also Senators Doherty and Ball, concerning changing practices related to federal benefits for youth in foster care.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1347 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1347 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Lindsay votes yes. Please close the machine. With 62 aye, 1 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1347 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Lindsay, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1335.
House Bill 1335 by Representatives Garcia and Nguyen, also Senator Wallace, concerning access to abortion medication services on Colorado college campuses.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1335 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Talked about this a whole lot the other day. We tried to pass what I thought were good amendments, and they were not accepted. Seems to be the way to do things on Fridays. You know, I have some real problems with this bill. I think that we keep hearing that this is about access. I don't know that the people of Colorado are actually believing that anymore. I don't. Colleges must provide abortion medication services on site. Campuses with pharmacies must stock abortion pills. Schools without pharmacies must still facilitate access or dispensing. Applies to public and private institutions with limited religious exemptions. I believe this mandates abortion infrastructure, not just access. I think there's access everywhere. I think that there's local pharmacies everywhere you look. I believe this is a cost shift hidden from taxpayers. Schools face training, staffing, IT, and liability costs. These costs are then going to be pushed to the students' fees and tuition. We have a ton of students, undergraduate that are part-time, about 140,000 students, graduate part-time about 27,000, which means nearly 1 out of every 2 college students in Colorado are part-time. We say it's free, but it's not. It's just hidden in your kid's tuition bill. We said that the abortion pill costs about $800 per use, and there's about thousands of kids this age taking them. It requires new clinical protocols, training, and follow-up care. College clinics are not ERs or OBGYN facilities, and we talked about that. We talked about the complications of taking these pills, and then we tried to discredit the article about the abortion pill that harms women. And I just want to tell you about the 2 people that wrote this article and did the research. One is a research fellow in quantitative analysis who worked for the CIA and NSA, and he was a graduate of Harvard. The other one has a Bachelor of Arts from Princeton, where he graduated Phi Beta Kappa and magna cum laude. I also did, just for the note, just for anyone that's wondering. Master of Arts from Notre Dame, and a PhD in political philosophy. And the gold standard that I talk about is a random control trial. We can't do that here because a woman that wants to get an abortion, you can't just give her a placebo and not give her the abortion pill. So instead, they took almost 900,000 women's charts and reviewed their charts. And let's talk about, because they also said this wasn't a peer-reviewed study. So let's talk about why it wasn't. The point is not peer review, but replicability. So they have made this fully replicable. We have made our study fully replicable for anyone who wants to analyze the insurance claims data. So they just took this straight from the patient's records and the ICD-10, which is the code that you get for a diagnosis, to analyze the insurance claims data. The replicability crisis, well documented in the press and denied by no responsible person, is the evidence that peer review guarantees little. We stand behind our analysis of healthcare claims data, which is why we're asking the FDA to conduct its own review of this data. Real-world data in which money changed hands based on the treatment of patients and coding by doctors brings a high level of confidence. The data set is available for purchase, and our methodology is public. The study is fully replicable, and we encourage others to replicate it. The peer review process is broken. It's terribly biased against conservatives, especially social conservatives, particularly pro-lifers. The paper would have been leaked so as to prepare hostile responses if we were ever published to begin with. So they have taken this study of 900 patient records. There's no way to falsify it. These are women that took the abortion pill, and then they took their records and the insurance claims, and they put this into a study. Peer-reviewed journals such as JAMA, the New England Journal of Medicine and Health Affairs regularly publish studies based on administrative claims. It is especially vital for medications like mifepristone, where controlled trials have small samples, carefully recruited healthy patients, physician oversight, and limited follow-up. Post-marketing surveillance is passive and incomplete. Reporting requirements were loosened in 2016. So what did they find in this fully replicable study that anyone could do? And the reason they haven't done it is because they would find the same exact things. We're not arguing abortion in the state of Colorado. None of us came up here to argue it. We said there should be follow-up care for these women that are just going to go into a random health care center at their college, given a pill with no informed consent. One of the representatives from Denver said there should be informed consent, there should be education. There's none of that. They don't understand the major complications that 1 in 10 women will experience sepsis. Sepsis is when your body is dying. Infection, in which you need an antibiotic. Hemorrhage is when you're bleeding out, and I can't talk specifically about it because people get offended apparently, or another serious or life-threatening adverse event within 45 days following a mifepristone abortion. That is 1 in 10 women. Why are we not protecting these women? We're all about access. Why aren't we about public safety for these women? We're just asking for public safety for these women. We're asking for follow-up care. We're asking for boys not to be able to get this pill to roofie their girlfriends, which has been proven in 2 different states, Massachusetts and Texas. We wanted amendments to give these women safety. We're showing you a study that had 900,000 women that says 1 in 10 patients will experience not a small side effect, not like taking an Advil, not like taking a Tylenol, something with a serious adverse effect. Again, not contemplating the idea of abortion in Colorado. We're talking about follow-up care. We're talking about making sure these women are protected. This bill is not about access. It is about a mandate. It forces colleges to provide abortion drugs, shift costs onto students, and expands medical services without ensuring medical safety. This is not about choice. We should be strengthening healthcare, not politicizing campuses and burdening institutions. And if I was in charge of a private institution or a public institution in the state of Colorado, close your healthcare centers. Force these students to find a doctor somewhere else because we're mandating unsafe practices onto you. You will be sued. You will pay the consequences, and I just wouldn't do it. I would tell the General Assembly we're not going to do it anymore. Close your clinics and say no more to the chaos happening in the Golden Dome. Vote no on this bill.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't really know where to begin, what to include or where to end in 10 minutes. I wish that my conscience would be okay with me just coming up here and saying, vote no, and sit down again, but it doesn't. And yet I don't really know what all to focus on because there's a lot that's tied up in this bill. We spoke about it for 2 hours on Friday and really only started to scratch the surface on some of the issues that I foresee coming out of this policy. Now, it's interesting because some might view the need for this as if we lived in a different era, as if somehow these things were not readily available. But due to a Biden-era policy change at the FDA, these drugs are now available for purchase at your local Walgreens. It's not a question of whether or not they're accessible. It's a question of whether we want to have the higher education institutions in Colorado dispensing them, taking on any sort of liability associated with it. We did review some of the data, and yes, we were challenged that the data was lacking in credibility because it was not peer-reviewed and because the people who put forth the data are not supportive of abortion generally. But the reality is that the data points are all available for purchase, and groups like the Guttmacher Institute have more than enough money to purchase that and to do their own analysis and find the same results. And you'd think that if indeed these results were questionable, since it is an argument set that is contrary to their stance, they would want to disprove it. They would want to ensure that nobody had any question as to the efficacy and safety of these particular pills. But they haven't done that, so far as I know, which leaves this particular study, the study that we have. Nearly 900,000 insurance claim data points. They took out all of the data related to ER visits that were minimal or that were connected to something other than the pill. They made it such that the codes only looked and were combined as relates to one particular person so that it couldn't be argued that, hey, you said there were all of these different events, but really it was just one girl. No, they made it such that each calculus was as relates to a patient. So if that one patient had multiple, they only counted that person once. And they found that nearly 11% of instances there were serious adverse effects. Serious. Hemorrhaging, serious complications. What are we talking about? For those who don't know, this particular abortion pill set that we're talking about, it's given in 2 doses. The first dose is administered on its own, and its job is to kill the child. The second dose is a different drug that is administered within 24 to 48 hours after the first, and it's designed to clear the body of the child. Initially, when this drug was approved, and it wasn't, just so you know, it wasn't approved by the FDA through the normal approval process. It was fast-tracked as a result of a request of the Clinton administration, which was hot to trot to get this on the market. So there wasn't the original approval process that we normally understand, all of that robust examination of different folks and what their impacts are. No. A lot of that was forsaken. And they pass it, and they require certain things. They require that the pill only be given within the first 7 weeks of gestation. They require that it be administered after an in-person visit where it can be verified that there isn't an ectopic pregnancy, because taking these drugs when there's an ectopic pregnancy is even more devastating on a woman's health. There were a few other things as well. And in 2016, all of that began to go away. The FDA started to strip all of those protections and guardrails. Until now, you can buy it at Walgreens without seeing anyone. Which is curious in creating other problems, like was pointed out. The fact that partners have been purchasing these pills and spiking the drinks of their pregnant significant other in order to see that that child is aborted. So much for women's choice. You can look it up. There are cases all over the country. All over the country. And now we're going to make it even more available on college campuses. We ran an amendment to say, hey, at the very least, let's make sure that the college health center, the group that knows that this girl has taken these, that they follow up, that we know for sure that they follow up at least twice. Because when you look at the complications, whether they be physical or mental, emotional, it's important that somebody check in. And we didn't adopt that standard. So here you have potentially an 18-year-old girl who is in her first month of college, got pregnant in her first week, doesn't know anyone in the state, possibly, who's gone to the health center, got this set of pills, is taking it, has adverse reactions, still doesn't know what to do or who to go to. My heart grieves for such a girl. My heart grieves that 1 out of 10 girls in our universities who take these pills will likely find herself in a really bad way, and possibly without any support there. And yes, it's true, she can buy it at the local pharmacy. And that would be her choice, but it's different when we as a state mandate that this quote-unquote care be provided and that not actually provide any support around it. I'll also note that in that same study, they found that a little bit more than 5% of women undergo a second abortion attempt within 45 days of the first, indicating that the first set of pills failed. Another layer of trauma. I know that I'm here, there, and yonder about what I'm speaking and probably lending more confusion than clarity, and I apologize for that. All I can say is that I believe this bill does way more harm than even those who support abortion might note on first glance. I think it's devastating. Devastating that we would invite our young people into health centers that are formed and marketed as if they're for their good, as if they have this great amount of knowledge, who then give these pills and allow these girls to give birth to a dead baby in their dormitories, to see that formed child in the toilet, to, as I mentioned on Friday.
Representative-elect, you have 30 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I mentioned on Friday, to then need counseling and support for suicidal ideation, to possibly be hemorrhaging, to maybe becoming infertile, and all because they trusted us to do what was in their best interest, and we failed to provide the guardrails necessary to do just that. I ask for no vote.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This has a lot of this has a lot of implications, and it's very important that we consider all the implications when we move into the promotion of death. And this is the promotion of death, the promotion of averted birth. If feticide is health care, then pregnancy is illness, and it can be compelled. It happened in China. If we consider death-inducing chemical as medicine, then people are a disease. So as a formerly preborn person, speaking on behalf of currently preborn persons, I can assure you that there are none in favor of being slowly suffocated or starved. And pill one, we know, is the feticide pill, because there's two. There's feticide and there's abortion. Abortion, of course, is a natural procedure of expelling an viable pregnancy. Induced abortion is something entirely different. Induced is a choice. So it's really kind of a slap in the face to people who have gone through the natural and suffered through the natural to conflate it. So that's why I refer to it as feticide, pure and simple. Because it's the killing of a preborn person. And a fetus is just a small human. And that small human, whoever takes pill 1 and then pill 2, is going to be confronted with that small human in their fearfully and wonderfully made status, because the pregnancy does not simply go away. Because what should probably be discussed is that using procreation as recreation results in tiny humans. And those tiny humans those persons have all the same rights. And rights are one of those funny things, and rights come with responsibility. And rights are founded on responsibility, so actually the responsibility comes first. If you don't exercise the responsibility, you don't have the right. And when you cede the responsibility, you lose the right. And so when we deny, and so here's the issue with a death cult such as this, that we are going in the same direction as other countries that are now actively euthanizing their citizens. Because because rights are funny things, they're either all for one or they're none for all. Bills like this ensure that we have no rights for anybody. There are no rights. Rights, per our Constitution, per our legal founding, are certain, self-evident, and creator endowed. If there's no creator, then there's no rights. And that's the state position. The state position says you have no right to raise your children, you have no rights. You only have those rights, those privileges that are endowed to you by the state, that are afforded to you by the state, and what the state giveth, the state can taketh away.
Representative DeGraff, I'll ask you to bring this back to the bill. Thank you.
So when we look at a process that actively seeks out to deprive preborn persons, the most vulnerable in our state, of life, then the lives of everybody in this state are at risk. The liberty of everyone in this state is at risk, because the state does not consider those inherent to you. They consider that extended by the state itself: life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. Without life, the latter two are meaningless. Now, when we talk about a peer-reviewed study, the data is there. Anybody can do the study on that data. And then but you can't just refute it and say it's not peer-reviewed, because only 25% of peer review, less than 25% of peer review in any study, in any field, is actually reproducible, and reproducible is the actual reproducible, measurable, observable, and falsifiable. Those are scientific hallmarks. Peer review is not. Peer review is simply a narrative control process. You can pay for it. And when the study shows, when the data analysis shows 1 in 10 risk serious infection, sepsis, hemorrhage, serious adverse effects, physical and psychological, you should probably pay attention to that. And not just wave it away like you would like to do with the inconvenience of a preborn person, over 99% of which were created voluntarily. Now, over 99% created, brought into this world, brought into existence, and then to be subjected to starvation or suffocation. And there's going to be serious consequences. I mean, you listen to the stories of mothers who have, when we talked about the reversal pill. Progesterone, no unsafe dose. When mothers, sensing the death throes of their preborn person, decide they would at least try to reverse it. And this General Assembly said, hell no. Literally. So are campuses equipped for the psychological and physical fallout of this? Are they equipped for the infection, sepsis, hemorrhage? Are they equipped for possible lawsuits for giving that away? Is the state prepared for those lawsuits by demanding that they give themselves away? Maybe that's what the AG was trying to protect themselves from for earlier. One of the things that we think, when we talk about our Constitution, and anybody that appreciates the Constitution that recognizes the phrase, the laws of nature and nature's God. And we see the profound effects of pregnancy, of parenthood in nature. We see the mama bear. We see animals that will literally give their own lives for their young because of the profound chemical, hormonal, and physical changes that occur to the brain. Watch a bird. They go flying around. They pick up little pieces of grass for some unknown reason, and they put it all together. They have no idea what they're doing. But their entire lives are restructured around that. And the cells of that unborn, that preborn person will never leave the mother. Pregnancy chimerism, you should read about that. That's pretty fascinating. But if you're going to read about, you should also read about the changes in the brain. Because when you shut those down, when you slam the door on that, you create serious problems. That maternal instinct is not fiction, it's designed. And you cannot just play chemistry with these processes and not suffer the fallout. And yeah, I've listened to the testimonies of mothers who are still haunted. And yet, the sponsors of this bill say, take a pill or be given a pill by somebody who just wants to avoid that responsibility. Just put that chemical in the hands of somebody who just wants to avoid responsibility. No problem, no protections, no ramifications.
Representative DeGraff, you have 40 seconds remaining.
I kind of envision that someday we're going to meet these preborn persons, either as a defender or an attacker. I ask for no vote.
Representative Marshall.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Since we had limited time to debate the other day, and I strongly suspect I may be the only no on my side of the aisle, I believe I need to put on record for at least my constituents of why that is. When I ran, I had the commitment to people that I would fight any rollback of current abortion laws or firearm restrictions, but I would not support further individual restrictions on firearms or support further expansions of abortion rights. And I've hewed to that very carefully since I've been elected. Some have been more gray and more difficult on determining whether I fell on one side or the other of that commitment, but I tried to keep that commitment. This one, though, besides hewing to that commitment, also brings up some other issues that I do have some concern about, though. I had an original copy of the last edition of The Liberator, the famous abolitionist paper that was published for decades. I lost it somewhere here in this chamber about 1.5 years ago, so if anyone sees it or heard about it, love to get it back. It looks old, but it's worth a lot. But in that final copy, they shut down the paper and they asked the publisher, why are you doing this? There's so many more issues that need to be fought. You need to continue. You have done such great work. And the great abolitionist responded, my entire life work has been completed by the 13th Amendment. This is what that paper has been for. Other people can take up other causes. This cause has been completed. I have completed the work with this paper. This paper is done. So when I made that commitment, I had many Democratic organizations in HD 43, when Colorado has some of the most liberal abortion laws in the nation. Well, what more could they possibly want if you're not going to support further expansions? I said, well, public funding of abortions. And they kind of understood that, but we now have public funding of abortions. We have a constitutional amendment for abortions. So again, it's like, what more? And we have this come forward, which I have difficulty understanding, because if you go online, you can order abortion medications by mail. There's clinics that do it. So the crying need, when I'm hearing there's this massive need, I have to ask if we have turned helicopter parents into helicopter legislatures, and why the students aren't demanding this if it's something. Why are the students so meek compared to the students that we used to know in the 60s that have revamped the entire curriculum, have taken over almost the entire university, but on this subject, they have to have the state come in? I think the students are very capable of ensuring what they need to have there, and even if they can't, they can do it by mail now. There's a million different ways. So I do have difficulty understanding the amount of hate and discontent we are putting into this bill. And it just makes me question of whether it's an effort to continue to justify what's no longer needed to be justified in the state. So although I'm going to hew to my commitment, and that's the reason I'm at no, there are other issues to consider behind this. So thank you.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I don't think, honestly, that there's any really other issue that starkly divides partisan politicians like the issue on abortion. I have no intention of trying to convince the other side of the aisle why this is necessary, because I know fundamentally that will never happen. However, I think on my side of the aisle, the idea that there's even a question of whether or not we should be supporting a constitutional right to access abortion care concerns me. This bill came directly from students. To say that where the students shows that there was not actually engagement or even paying attention to the idea or the conversation that happened on seconds. This bill, the only reason this bill exists is because a group that organizes and works with young people on campuses did just that, and they heard directly from their students on campus that this was a need to be able to access the abortion pill on campus. We worked with every single level of higher institution in this state, from community college to our big flagship schools, and there is not a single higher education entity opposed to this bill. We just heard comments about what life is. And I asked the question, why would you think that forcing labor, forcing giving birth leads to life? Giving options and choice is what leads to people being able to live their lives. The question of it's already accessible, people can get it by mail, people can order it down the street or go to the pharmacy down the street. If that were the case, then why would these students be telling us that they actually can't access it? And why are we assuming that everyone feels confident ordering medication via mail? There are still people who would rather go directly to a human doctor to ask for medication that they have determined that they need. The partisan commitment to supporting access to abortion or opposing access to abortion does not actually translate to the voters. We see that stark difference here in this room, but that is not what played out when the majority of Colorado, the overwhelmingly majority of Colorado, supported abortion as a constitutional right. What good is a constitutional right if you can't access it? Just because a right exists doesn't mean that it's a right for everyone until you work on accessing it. And I do not appreciate the symbols of guns coming from the floor right now.
Representative Garcia.
This bill is nothing more than making sure that the constitutional right that our voters put in place is made accessible when people have gone through the challenging and difficult process of making the decision to have an abortion, that the abortion pill is accessible if they are on campus. That is it. And I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1335 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Lindsay votes yes. Representative Flanell, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Flanell votes no. Please close the machine. With 41 aye, 22 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1335 is adopted. Co-sponsors.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to co-sponsor.
Representative Lindsay, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1276.
House Bill 1276 by Representatives Velasco and Garcia, also Senators Judah and Weissman, concerning measures to protect the safety of individuals who are immigrants in Colorado and in connection with making appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1276 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to go on the record because this vote is very and extremely hard and difficult for me. In fact, I actually lost sleep over the weekend thinking about it. And first, I just want to commend the sponsors for their work on it because I know that there was some, what I said in the Finance Committee expressing my concerns, and I appreciate them working on alleviating some of those concerns. And so I went back to my district and I talked with a lot of people in my district, especially people that I know that are undocumented specifically about this bill, and we had a very good discussion on it. And I know there's a lot of changes that made it easier to agree with. I'm still struggling with the idea that while Colorado roads are deteriorating, our healthcare system is failing, students in K-12 are not performing at grade level, our budget is out of control. We are spending time debating federal policy that I struggle to believe is acting in a manner that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle want me to believe it is. I also want to reiterate that I am not putting my party above my district. I will always put my district above my party, and I will never, ever, never apologize for that. I know that a large majority of my district are immigrants, and many of them fear that ICE will move in and take their loved ones away. I also want to go on the record that I monitored the situation with ICE in my district. When this administration came in last year, I had a feeling that maybe ICE would be an issue to deal with. And so I have been continuously monitoring the ICE situation in my district and the people in my district who have those concerns. I worry that this bill like this might potentially perpetuate political violence that is leading to things that have led up to what we have seen in the White House Correspondents' Dinner. We have to find a way to work together and stop alienating each other through the fear of our country. And so I want the sponsors also to know that I will be touring these immigration facilities. Like I said, the invitation is open, and I want to go on record that I will be looking at these places for myself. But like I said, this is a very difficult vote for me. This is not putting my party above my district. And so I just went back and I had these discussions with people who this would maybe particularly impact, and coming to an understanding that, you know, as long as I'm able to see these things for myself and continue to work on finding a way forward of what the state can do without interfering in federal policy, because at the end of the day, immigration law is federal policy. And I understand that due process and a humane, fair treatment and all the things that I said in committee. And so I wanted to get to yes, I really did, but I just couldn't get there. I struggled with it, and this is a difficult vote for me, but I just want to go on the record. Para las personas en mi distrito, sé que tienen miedo con los problemas de ICE, pero tienen mi promesa que voy a ayudarlos en cualquier posición que podamos hacer aquí en el estado del Colorado. Sé que la reforma inmigratoria es algo que les corresponde al nivel federal, pero yo estoy aquí para servirles, a protegerlos y obviamente también a pasar policías que obviamente pueden ayudarlos con la vivencia, con nuestras comunidades para tener cosas seguras y para la vivencia. Y sé que tenemos muchos problemas aquí en el estado que nosotros podemos hacer, y eso que tiene mi promesa, que voy a escucharlos, voy a seguir luchando por ustedes y pasar leyes que realmente sirven a nuestra comunidad para que nosotros estemos seguros. Y por esas razones, for those reasons, I just have to be a no vote.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do want to just acknowledge really quick that we were told, you make this change, you get a certain entity to neutral, and I will vote yes. Clearly, that's not happening right now.
Representative Garcia.
Yes?
To the bill. Thank you.
I also want to clarify the difference between federal immigration policy and what we are doing here. We are not actually trying to grant anyone citizenship in this bill. That is 100% federal jurisdiction. We are not declaring who can and can't be deported. That is 100% federal jurisdiction. We are not even saying you cannot detain people here. What we are saying is if you're going to detain people here on Colorado land, you have to abide by Colorado policy. And that means healthy conditions. That means good food. That means lighting. That means you're not letting kids sleep on the floor with aluminum blankets. Y también yo quiero hablar a la comunidad hispanohablante. Lo siento muchísimo que hay personas con quien pensamos que podemos tener confianza. La verdad es que no podemos tener confianza en ellos. Lo siento. Ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1276 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Lindsay votes yes. Representative Flanell, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Flanell votes no. Please close the machine. With 42 aye, 21 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1276 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Lindsay, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over House Bill 1281 until tomorrow.
House Bill 1281 will be laid over until tomorrow. Mr. Shebo, please read the title to Senate Bill 120.
Senate Bill 120 by Senators Marchman and Wallace, also Representatives Okai and Bradley, concerning law enforcement procedures related to missing persons.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 120 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 120 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebo, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Lindsay votes yes. Representative Flanell, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Flanell votes yes. Members, we are still on thirds. Please keep your voices down. DeGraff and Gilchrist. Please close the machine. With 60 aye, 3 no, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 120 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Lindsay, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Any additional announcements or introductions? Seeing none, we have some business to tend to, and then we will close out. Mr. Shebel, Conference Committee reports.
First report of First Conference Committee on House Bill 1411. This report amends the re-revised bill to the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House.
Conference Committee report will be printed in the Journal. Signing of bills, resolutions, memorials.
The Speaker has signed
Signing
Senate
of bills, resolutions, memorials will be printed in the Journal. Introduction of bills.
House Bill 1424 by Representatives Wilford and Froelich, also Senators Cutter and Wallace, concerning measures to increase protections for persons engaged with transportation network companies.
House Bill 1424 will be assigned to the Committee on Business Affairs and Labor. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to lay over the balance of the calendar till Tuesday, April 28th, 2026.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over until tomorrow, April 28th. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House stand in recess until later today.
Seeing no objection, the House will stand in recess until later today.